Okay, what is up, you guys? Welcome to the Wolf of Young Street podcast. My name is Victor. I'm your host. It's election day. It's election day. Tell me you've gone and voted. Grab a grab a pet, grab your dog, grab your children, grab a consenting adult. It is going to be exciting. I'm talking in for a long ass shift here. We're going to be here for as long as it takes to see the results of this. But early results are showing that the conservatives are actually outperforming the expected performance, what was expected of them in Atlantic Canada, which is where we're getting most of the early results right now. So I'm so excited. I'm starting early just because in a few minutes from now, we will start to get results coming out of Ontario, coming out of central Canada, coming out of Ontario and Quebec. All right. We've already seen Quebec leading or elected in two ridings as it is right now. So the problem, obviously the Liberals are doing well as you would expect in Atlantic Canada. The problem they're having is if they want a majority, and I'll show you where we're at, where we see it right now. I've got some images coming out of the CBC right now in terms of leading or projected elected. But you guys, if you're tuning in tonight, let me know where you're tuning in from. Obviously here in BC, we're still casting our votes. We don't close for another 30 minutes, but it will be interesting. And as we land in Central Canada very soon here in about under 2 minutes, it will be interesting to see if the Liberals what the picture looks like. Then that's how we'll start to determine if the Liberals are going to outperform or if they're going to grossly underperform. Right now, the Liberals they're pretty comfortable, but they might be nervous that it looks like they're going to underperform what was expected in Atlantic Canada there. But if you needed something to let you know how important this election was, let me show you what a certain Donald Trump said today. Okay, here's what I'll read you what President Donald Trump said in case you needed any motivation to understand just how important this election is. Donald Trump said today, on the day of our election, that bugger, it said, "Good luck to the great people of Canada. Elect the man who has the strength and wisdom to cut your taxes in half, increase your military power for free to the highest level in the world, have your car, steel, aluminum, lumber, energy, and all other businesses quadruple in size with zero tariffs or taxes. If Canada becomes the cherished 51st state," I mean, this dude, I don't understand it. Like, he says, if Canada becomes the cherished 51st state of the United States of America, no more artificially drawn line from many years ago. Look how beautiful this landmass will be. Free access with no border, all positives with no negatives. I don't think so, Donald. But he says it was meant to be. America can no longer subsidize Canada with the hundreds of billions of dollars a year that we have been spending in the past. It makes no sense unless Canada is a state. It looks like Donald Trump is campaigning for your votes here. He's saying vote Donald Trump. What are you guys saying about this? What are you guys saying about this? No thanks to Donald. I'm going to just be calling him Donald Trump now. But no thanks to Donald Trump, no thanks to President Trump, you've seen the Liberals really, really push that message about who is best placed to confront Donald Trump. And that has been the wave that has carried the Liberals to the position that they are right now. So you guys let me know, wherever you're voting right now, wherever you're voting today, are you voting for Donald Trump? Let me know. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Because he's just clearly he's asking for your votes here. Anyways, you guys let me know where are you voting from? Where are you tuning in from tonight? Let me know. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep just so we can keep an eye on where the results are as the results come in here. It's interesting right now because I was telling you about how the Liberals seem to be they're underperforming what was expected of them a little bit. Well, see, the problem is coming out of Atlantic Canada, the Liberals were expecting to have, let's say, 25 seats. I mean, right now it's looking at we're seeing 25 because there's other seats coming in from elsewhere. But the Liberals were expecting, as they come out of Atlantic Canada, to have. Ooh, okay. I'll get to you, Tyson Harris. I see you, my dude. I see you. All of you, I want you guys to tell me where you're tuning in from tonight. Tyson Harris is tuning in from Windsor, Ontario. I see you, my dude. Everybody, tell me where you're tuning in from tonight. Braveheart says, well, if YFB, so she's saying Francois Blanchette there, if YFB can call Canada an artificial state, President Trump isn't wrong then to call Canada the 51st state. Even the CBC went to go Trump to call them the 51st state. Go Trump. Well, shut your mouth. What is that? What is that? What do you mean go Trump? We don't like Trump on this show. What do you mean? Who is this person? Come on. You're about to get flagged. I'm going to ban you. What is wrong with you? Do you know where you are? Anyways, Braveheart says, don't worry, I'm just kidding, okay? I'm not banning you. Braveheart says she's watching today from Coquitlam, BC. My people, that's right here. That's another Coquitlam. Is also in Coquitlam. You guys should meet up, Braveheart and Audrey Coco says from BC, YVR Island, Nanaimo. Let's go, Island people. Although I know PPI probably lays claim to the term Island people. I keep saying go Trump. You're gonna get shit in the chat if you keep doing that. You're gonna get shit in the chat. Skillsy Music, my dude. He says watching from Vancouver. Let's go. Hope you got out to vote. If you guys want to tell me what your experience was in the polls, though, I got out to vote this morning, and there was literally nobody. I was the first customer of the person taking care of the polls in my riding. Like, how was it for you guys? Ooh, Audrey Coco says we're all for Pierre. I don't know about that. How about this? Tell me your experience in the polls, and also I want to hear from you guys. Who did you vote for? If you want to share that information, who did you vote for and why? You know, I expect to hear people that voted Pierre probably will go like, oh, they voted for change. That's why they voted Pierre. People who voted Mark Carney are probably going to be like, yo, we voted for Carney because, you know, he's the guy to fight Trump, which is what the campaigns have been pushing. Tyson Harris says Trump's an asshole, but I don't hate him like the lefties do. Dude, I can't stand the guts on that guy. Like, to say this kind of shit on our election day is the height of the disrespect. It is so disrespectful to say this on election day. Like, it pisses me off. Let's see. I'm blocking up. So obviously you're seeing on CBC here. The CBC is okay. So let me explain this. Okay. So the small bar you see here on CBC, I like CBC because they have these dynamic graphics here. But on the bottom here, you'll see that they say the Liberals have 28 seats. That's not the number of seats they've already won. It's it's areas where they're leading or projected. And so far, the Liberals are leading or projected or elected or projected to win in 28 ridings. The Conservatives are leading or projected to win. Well, you just saw that number change. So that number will continue to change. It's not static because obviously it's leading and those can change as the results come in. But live now, you see that the Liberals are up to 30 seats that they're leading or elected in right now, and the Conservatives have got 21. The BQ Bloc Québécois are surprising me right now. Actually, they've got 7. They're almost all the way there. The block, I think, might surprise people tonight. It might be interesting. But yeah, back to Trump. I'm very annoyed with it. Like, it's the height of disrespect for that man to be talking this shit on election day, you know, and the fact that he has influenced our election so much in this election cycle it annoys me. I don't know. I can't stand it. Braveheart says Tyson Harris says Poilievre for change. So you voted Poilievre. Why though? Why? Okay, I guess you've told me there for change. Braveheart says you're talking about Trump's disrespect. Your own prime minister your own prime minister contestant disrespected Canada. Go Trump. Oh, stop it. Stop it. I'm not having this nonsense. I'm not having this nonsense. Don't. In fact, I might ban the word Trump from the chat today. Just Eamon says, I feel like a lot of PP's voters like Trump. To be fair, if we were balanced there, I would tell you that I think Carney's voters like Trump the best right now because they might win this election because of Donald Trump. So I would wager that Carney's supporters probably like Trump a bit more. To be fair, if we're being balanced about it, I would wager Carney supporters like Trump a bit more. If we're being honest, but anyways, Tyson Harris says all the reasoning on the platform. Okay, so you think that Poilievre had the better platform. Anyways, I think I can kind of figure out what is important to you in this election, and it sounds to me like what is important to you here is essentially that the government be fiscally responsible. That's typically the premise under which people might say that the platform of the Conservatives was better. If I'm wrong, just get in the chat, tell me where I'm wrong. It looks like David McGuinty, who is a current cabinet minister for the Liberals, is leading in his riding of Ottawa South. Okay, so Ontario is starting to come in. It's starting to get good now. It's starting to get good. You see the Liberals have got 35 seats leading or projected. The Conservatives have 23 and the Bloc have 8. I think the Bloc is overperforming what was expected of them. And it looks like they're going to do very good in Quebec, which is probably not going to be good for the Liberals if the Bloc performs very well, because that might take some vote share from the Liberals. Audrey Coco says Pierre rocked. Okay. Lots of love for Pierre here. I want to see some love for Carney too. Well, what's up, you guys? Those of you who are liberals, don't take this line down. Let me know what you think. Let me know. Okay, so what is this? Just Eman says, true. Trump made this shit close. He did. The Conservatives were gonna walk away with this easy. And even in the campaigns, you could tell that the Liberals didn't want to contest on things like affordability. They didn't want to contest on things like housing. They certainly didn't want to contest on things like crime. Or they would have lost. If they had gone head on with the Conservatives. So they embraced that Trump narrative wholeheartedly. So to be fair, the Trump narrative has favors the Liberals a bit more. We know this, right? Tyson Harris says, I voted Conservatives and I don't like Trump, but he's not Hitler. 99 problems, but a fish ain't one. I love that. 99 Problems says blue wave. Right now, the Conservatives are overperforming. I will remind you guys that, and I'll say this before the hipsters jump in. I predicted that although I expect the Liberals to win, I predicted that they would win only a minority. So you know what? I'm not doing too bad here. It's looking like that the scenes here. Look at this. The Bloc Québécois now has 12 projected or leading. Mad. The NDP is now on the board at last. Maybe they won't disappear into oblivion after all, but I think the Liberals will be getting nervous now. It will be getting nervous because that lead they have is getting close. It's getting tight. So I'm well on my way to getting a slam dunk. Maybe this is the night I become a legend, you guys. I'll be the one and only person who predicted a Liberal minority if this holds. If this holds, I might be the one that predicted, the only analyst online to predict a minority. I might be that guy. Nick Frost says Poly Market is looking like the end times for the Conservatives. Don't worry, just hold your horses there. I know. Poly Market is looking, but don't worry, hold your horses. It could get interesting real quick because the Ontario and Quebec are starting to come in, and very soon, it's like 6:43 right now. Very soon, the polls will close in BC, and we're off to the races. Okay, Audrey Coco is saying Pierre majority. I don't think that. To be fair, I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think that's gonna happen. He's doing. They're overperforming what the poll said, but I don't think that Pierre is gonna perform to the extent of winning a majority. It would be a huge surprise. I think the best I would expect from Pierre Poilievre tonight is a minority. If he wins a minority, he's done good. Well, good relative to what he would have won before. He should have won before. I think he's fumbled the bag to me, if we're being fair. but maybe he'll salvage some face. Maybe he'll win a minority after all. Tyson Harris. Okay. I'm assuming you're replying to Audrey Coco there. You say hope so, but well, you'll take a minority. Yes. But before we hit BC here, I did want to bring the attention to something that happened in BC. By now, you guys have heard about the event during the Filipino Lapu Lapu Festival here in Vancouver. I am in Vancouver, if you didn't know. But I think a lot of people don't understand. A lot of people maybe don't really appreciate how classy Pierre Poilievre has been in this cycle. And I'll give you another example there. Pierre Poilievre could easily have politicized that event, but he was good enough just to share his condolences with the people that with the Filipino people. Elizabeth Marco says, let's not say that word in the chat, because I don't want YouTube to start censoring your comment. So try not to use the FU over there, but I will get your comment. It says, FU liars, Carney is a liar. Come on, that's a lot of passion over there. Let's go. But I was telling you guys about the Lapu Lapu Festival, and if I just kind of tone down the hyper a little bit, I will tell you that my heart goes out to the Filipino people. You guys, I hope that your community comes back from this stronger, tighter, and hopefully this never happens again. But what I was saying though is that Pierre Poilievre could easily have politicized this, because here's the story of what happened, right? The person that committed this crime happens to be somebody who had several interactions with the police. It was a person with mental health problems as well. And what have the conservatives told you throughout this cycle? Well, they've said several times that they would like to see an end to I'll use the words that the conservatives typically use, which is they want an end to the liberal catch and release policy. Well, this person has had several interactions with the police, right? And was still around enough to commit this kind of crime. Now I'm not in favor of the whole lock up a person because they have mental health problems thing, but the conservatives have also been open about the fact that they want involuntary commitment, involuntary treatments to be an option on the table, right? That is potentially something that Pierre Poilievre could easily have politicized this. You guys let me know what you thought of that incident and what happened there. And if you're Filipino in the chat, let me know. But we're with you guys. The community is with you here. But here's so for me, I feel like the Pierre Poilievre, most people I think easily take away from him. They say they don't understand. Maybe there's a little bit of class to the man, but I just wanted to say that about him. But on McCartney's side, I think he was also very empathetic as a leader. I will say that when he gave his speech, you could tell he was visibly emotional about the incident. And that in the end, these kinds of things they pull us together as communities. But I'll move on from that. The CBC has here that the Liberals are leading or projected in 51 seats, and it's close. It's very close here because the Conservatives now have 39. It's going to be closer than you guys were thinking. Yeah, it's going to be closer than you think. The Blockers 11. They are overperforming their numbers. Maybe the key to winning seats in Canada is to just shit on Canada, just the way Francois Blanchette was. Francois Blanchette just a few days ago was like, Canada is an artificial state. It's an artificial country with very little meaning, was what Francois Blanchette said about Canada. and it looks like Quebec is rewarding him here, which is wild to me. It's wild. It's wild. Braveheart says 60 interactions with police and no charges is crazy. Yes, it is crazy. But again, you want to avoid punishing people with mental health problems, but at the same time, I will say that with that many interactions, there needs to be options for involuntary commitment. I don't know what you guys think though. What do you guys think of obviously this is a very conservative point of view in that sense. What do you guys think of the option of involuntary commitment for mental health treatment for people that are struggling? R says we need to be tougher on crime. A criminal shouldn't be released. This is really a tragedy. God help us all. To be fair, again, this is a person that was struggling with a mental health crisis in the moment. Some of you might know some of the circumstances around this person, but at the same time, I will say, Nick Frost says involuntary commitment sounds like it's a few steps away from conversation. I guess you mean conversion therapy with electricity. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. But then again, though, there, especially here in BC, you've seen many cases of people getting released early, or people that are having struggles with mental health. Yeah, people that are having struggles with mental health going on to hurt people, right? I like to joke with some of my, well, it's not a joke, but I like to say to some of my friends that sometimes it feels like people struggling with mental health and addictions have more freedom than children do especially I'm in BC, and BC is literally the epicenter of some of these problems, right? I feel like addicts and people struggling with mental health problems have more freedom than kids sometimes, right? There's places kids cannot go, just because they're now overrun with people struggling, right? But here's what I would say though, if I was going the other way as well. That's a big jump there. The Liberals are now projected or leading in 64. in 64, they projected or leading on 64 seats there. The Conservatives have 45. The Bloc have 8. Or they're leading or elected in 8, and the NDP has 1. Interesting. This is shaping up to be a fun run. It's gonna be fun. I think that the Liberals are doing decently well. To be fair, they're doing very well. Obviously they'll look to we haven't hit Saskatchewan. We haven't hit Western Canada at all here, right? We haven't hit Saskatchewan. We haven't hit Manitoba. Well, those seats that you imagine tend to go very much lean very much conservative. So the fact that the Conservatives are keeping it this close is a good sign for them. Is a very good sign. So I'm sure my Conservative friends are very excited right now. They're looking at this going, yeah, let's go. We'll take this. Yeah, no, this is pretty good for them. So where okay, so R says it is, if involuntary confinement isn't the answer, is clean drug snorting is okay. I'm assuming you mean that is you're talking about the safe supply system. You're saying clean drugs the answer if involuntary confinement isn't. Well, and that's the problem, right? That's the problem. It's a complex problem with very many layers of that obviously the in BC we tried to use the safe drug policy, the safe supply policy. That hasn't necessarily worked out, and you see this the NDP led government, they're now sort of pivoting towards adding involuntary treatment to their protocol as well. Braveheart says MC, so McCartney looks pretty zen from the podcast. I will say McCartney is a chill dude. He is a chill dude. That's part of the appeal of the man, to be fair, in this election cycle. You'll catch him laughing about all sorts of things. He does have a great sense of humor for a guy that holds these really serious roles, and that's part of the appeal to the man. Actually, people like that positive aura to the man, right? So here's why I think that incident, yeah, I don't want to, I don't want to talk too much about that. But here's why I think that incident might be favorable to the conservatives, because you will find that a lot of what they have said, things like involuntary treatment, will suddenly become a little bit more popular. People will be like, okay, what if this person had been committed? Would this person have committed, been free, out free to commit this crime? Or what if there was no catch and release, as they like to call it? Well, would this person still have still been out to do this? Well, no. So, and obviously the NDP have been champions of things like safe supply and stuff like that, right? So that can potentially go against them because people are hurting, and it can go against the liberals because they basically champion similar ideas. So the conservatives might see a bit of a boost in BC, and that's a prediction I'm thinking of right now in British Columbia for the conservatives. Braveheart says even the government make money from drugs. Like, I'm gonna earn. I don't know if YouTube likes that word, so I'm not gonna say it because I don't want problems. Anyways, interesting. So in a short little while, I've got somebody, a guest who's going to be joining the poll, who's going to be joining the video here. It's going to be he is he's a friend of mine from grad school, but he's got some opinions, and I'm interested in hearing what his opinions are. So he'll be here very shortly, and I'll tell you guys something else. Lazarus says, "How's it looking so far, champ? Champ, my guy." So it's saying that the liberals are leading with 77, leading or elected in 78 seats. Conservatives 55, Bloc 10, and the NDP 1 so far. So not a good night for the NDP. The Bloc is outperforming what I was expecting from them. The liberals are doing very well, though. The liberals are doing very well. So you got to think about the fact that when they hit what's it called now? By the time they get out of by the time they get out of Atlantic Canada and Central Canada, they need to bank a lot of seats there. They need to bank a lot of seats, because if they don't perform there and the conservatives manage to come out with a respectable showing, which is what we're seeing here, it could be problematic, because as you know, I think it's Saskatchewan where at the moment all the seats are conservative, so it might be hard for the liberals there, right? Although that we've heard that they might pick up 1 or 2 seats there. Manitoba obviously is also one of those where they may or may not get a seat, but we'll see. BC is obviously the battleground. BC, as they call it, is a toss-up, right? Tyson Harris says, if someone is out of their mind, they take away their rights to make decisions for themselves for any other reasons like age. Why not drugs? Exactly. I agree with you there. So I personally am in favor of the option of involuntary commitment being on the table. But here's the thing, though. And I want to link this to gun control, because I know the conservatives on their side are very open to the concept of like having more basically letting people own their guns. I've never been in favor of that, because, and I'll tell you why. For me, my biggest concern is, why would you open up more guns considering the scale of the mental health crisis that we're struggling with in this country? Like you cannot say that people are fucking crazy, and people are. You can't say that people are fucking crazy and be like, yo, okay, let's give them more, let's give everybody more guns. I don't want that. That's not a good combination. That's a terrible combination. So that's one of the reasons I've never really been pro guns. That's one of the reasons why. But I know I've been called out by some people saying that's fear mongering. Yeah, I've got trust me, I don't want to see Canada ever become like the United States, where they get a school shooting or something every other weekend. Obviously, I'm exaggerating there, but a lot of shootings there. Lazarus Music says it's going to be a long night. Yes, my guy. Yes, it is going to be wild. But you guys tell me though, where are you? Where are you tuning in today? If you haven't told me yet, tell me. And I want to know about you guys'. I want to know about your experiences at the polling booth. Was it busy today? Because I don't know what that was about. For some reason, like I walked into my riding. I was gonna cast my vote, and it was just like nobody. I was like, what is going on? What is going on? You know? Anyways, uh Braveheart says it is if a person has dementia or Alzheimer's, the person's right to make decision is taken away. A next of kin or power of attorney is elected and the person goes to a home. Why not junkies? Ooh, it's both mental. Ooh la la. As I said, I mean, it's a complex problem. It is a complex problem, and sometimes it's not as straightforward as saying, it's not a one size fits all kind of solution. I guess is what we found. Obviously, the governments over the last 5 years, I've gone towards more um, light encouragement of people towards treatment, as against involuntary commitment. They closed down, obviously here in BC, they closed down some involuntary treatment centers. Lazarus Music says Alberta results are coming in. Okay. Well, yeah, no. Conservative. Lazarus Music says Alberta results are coming in. Conservatives are winning a lot in Alberta. Duh. like, why is that a surprise to you, man? Why is that a surprise to you? This is Alberta we're talking about. I mean, I would be surprised. I mean, usually the Alberta goes NDP sometimes, and they go, if my memory serves, they go NDP and they go conservative. That's usually, but it's mostly conservative there. So it's no surprise that they're doing well. Right now, the Liberals are sitting at 88. The Conservatives are sitting at 64. So obviously those can change. These are just leading or elected, of course. Bloc Québécois has been the surprise of this. Can you guys see those block numbers? 12. Ooh la la. Oh. Yeah, that must be terrifying for the Liberals, because if the bloc continues to perform so good as they are right now, that could be problematic for the Liberals in Quebec. True. What is this? Where are we? Tyson Harris says legal guns aren't the problem. Criminals don't follow the laws. Yes, I mean that's fair enough. But also, I guess my major thing is the chances that legal guns do get into the hands of somebody who is not in their right minds could be a problem. I mean, how many times have you seen in the U.S. where a kid picks up their father's weapon and goes on a shooting spree in the school, right? The some of the weapons that you've seen. Sure, there are illegal guns out there. That's a problem in itself, and you don't have that much control over that. But you got to realize that if those guns are out there, especially like some of the guns that the people that are in favor of dropping gun control are, what they want is things like AR-15s. I don't think there's a place for weapons of war like AR-15s on the streets. I don't want to see that. Okay, that's just my opinion, but I'm happy for you to have a different opinion. That's okay, right? Nick Frost says people who love guns tend to have high confidence. Okay. I don't know that there's a correlation there though, but Nick Frost says I would imagine that they think they can be John Wick of the situation and save everyone. Yeah, except when in the US when the government actually does some shit, and they, instead of turning the guns on the, okay, I shouldn't say that because I think that would sound like I'm inspiring an insurrection. Don't do that. Don't do what I was thinking in my head. that's probably not a good thing to say. Someone's gonna say Victor's trying to inspire an insurrection. Anyways, as I said, this is gonna be a long night. I've told Mrs. Wolf, my wife, that she can feed me via an IV because I'm not leaving the spot until we know who's winning. Right, right now the Liberals are up 95 seats. Leading or elected Conservatives 71, BQ Bloc Québécois 14. Again on overperforming. Um, Interesting, very interesting. Okay, maybe very soon now. I might give you some audio from the CBC, and we can listen to what they're saying there. They've got some interesting visuals. They're saying in Quebec, the Liberals are actually they've gained 14 seats. The Bloc has lost 11, and the Conservatives have lost 3. That is interesting. They're predicting a very good night for the Liberals in Quebec, which is what they need that. They need that if they're gonna have a majority in this election. Tyson Harris says, "What was the block last year? I don't know about last year, but actually, maybe I can show you in the last election. Let's see. Let's see what I can. I actually have this map handy somewhere. Can you see this? You guys can see this. Give me a response in the chat if you can see this. But you see here in Quebec, I think that the Conservatives had the Bloc had about what was it? Where are they? Is this the right map? Okay, so this is Quebec here that you see. The Bloc had 32 seats in Quebec last time out. So right now they're not quite there. So this map I'm showing you is from the 2021 election. So it's interesting, right? It's interesting when you look at it. You see here, and this is where there was a little bit of jeopardy for the Liberals coming into this, because you see here that Atlantic Canada very much tends to go in favor of the Liberals. Very rarely do you see a conservative blue there, as you see here. This is really the stronghold for the Liberals. Atlantic Canada, Central Canada, and to a great extent, Vancouver is really where they pick up most of their stuff. That's where they do most of their good work, right? So that's going to be the key for them, because you can see this, you can see how blue this parts are. Like you see Alberta, you see Saskatchewan here, Manitoba to some extent. A lot of it tends to go to the Conservatives as well. So that was what it looked like in 2021. Of course, at that time, the Liberals won a minority, right? Ooh, okay. Tyson Harris says, I'm not a gun advocate, but it's common sense. The guns coming across the border from the US are the problem. Yes, that is fair. Ooh, look at that. Liberals are up 108. This is turning into a good night for the Liberals. This is turning into a good night. They're banking some really, really decent numbers there with Quebec and Ontario coming in. That's looking very interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay, so my guest is a little late. I don't know where he is. See, where's the man? Okay, he's not here yet. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. Right, as we get closer to BC coming in, we're gonna tune in a little bit to the audio from the CBC. So we can get I can get some water in, and you guys can get a sense of where Manitoba started to come in as well. Okay, I must have missed that. Okay, let's listen.
23 years old, got the nomination here in the old days, December 2024. Remember then? Remember the prospects for the Liberals at that point? So I don't think when he became the candidate, he expected to be possible that he could go to Ottawa. We'll see what happens in Winnipeg Centre.
Okay. Wensleydale says, I think it's going to flip blue. Okay.
What's happening there.
Okay.
And Marty
that's
Moran,
a lot of optimism. And that's okay. That's okay. There's still room.
Lead. Doug Elson has been the MP here before. Okay. This is the third time, I think, these two very...
All right, nothing too exciting going on there. It's just, the liberals are banking the numbers that they do need right now. It's gonna be problematic for them. You're gonna start to see a lot of blue once we hit Manitoba, once we hit Saskatchewan, obviously Alberta is gonna go blue as you would expect for the most part. It's gonna be interesting. When's the deal? You're very optimistic. You're very, very optimistic, and and to be fair, the conservatives are doing decent. They're doing decent. But remember, the liberals need 172 to form a majority. So it's going to be interesting to see if they do that. Obviously, if you, as I told you guys earlier, I've predicted that the liberals will end up with a minority. It'll be interesting to see where we end up tonight. So here's a question for you guys. A lot of people have complained about this. Obviously, the conservatives have won the popular vote in the last 2 elections, and yet because of the efficiency of the liberal votes, they ended up forming government, right? So a lot of people have complained about just the need for and you see here the liberals have just been elected in South Shore and St. Margaret's in Nova Scotia in Nova Scotia. Very good for them. So liberals leading or elected in 121 ridings there. The conservatives 86. The bloc, as I said, are really they're performing decent. They're performing decent with 16 here. Not quite the numbers that they need to retain. From these projections, it looks like they will lose seats relative to where they were 4 years ago now. That's interesting. Their loss looks like it's going to be the liberals' gain over there. The NDP, they are in danger tonight because there is a chance that they come out of this without party starters when it comes down to it. Nick Frost says Polymarket is saying 93% Carney. Yes, it is going to be Carney. I think we're all predicting it's going to be Carney. Now, what kind of Carney? Can he actually can this into a majority? Can. So that's the big question that I think everybody's asking. But I think we all kind of expect Carney to bank this. It would be a big surprise if the conservatives manage to form any form of government, really. Okay, let's see if they're saying something exciting on CBC now. Let's see. What are they talking about?
Talking about Atlantic Canada earlier, it was 22-10, right? 22 Liberals, 10 Conservatives. Well, there are 2 ridings, Terra Nova, where Anthony Germain is running for the Liberals, where the advanced polls offer the hope of them getting over the top there. And in Central Nova, the advanced polls have put Sean Fraser back in the lead, as that has now gone to red. So we're to a 23-9 count in Atlantic Canada now. You move into Quebec. Chantel was saying this is the best early results you've seen for the. I'm in Ontario. My apologies to the people of Quebec. It was the best night she's seen for Liberals in a long time at the start of an election. Well, look at this, what we're still waiting for. You know, Rosie was saying the Liberals are up seats. We still don't have a lot of seats in from the island of Montreal, where the Liberals are going to be strong, and in some of these battlegrounds on the South Shore in particular, where the Liberals and the Bloc are in a fight that really could determine whether the Liberals can get to this majority government that the polls have been suggesting was available for them in this election. And it's a similar situation in Ontario. We're starting to get things populated. You're seeing a lot more red.
Okay, so my guest is supposed to be Kevin Voss, and you guys have probably seen this comment there. Oh, CTV has just declared the Libs the winners. Whoa, that's a little early. I don't like that though. Even like let all the votes get counted first. You know this. But yeah, the liberals are looking very good. They are looking very good. Kevin Voss is supposed to be my guest though. He has been waiting for 20 minutes. What's going on? I don't know why I don't see the guest here. Something weird is going on. Why can't? Funny thing is, I'm not even getting the request from him, which is interesting. Sorry, I'm not this terrible a host that I invite you on and don't have a seat for you. I'm not sure why I don't see your request to join the thing here. Okay, let's see. Oh, there you are. Hello. What
Hey,
is up, my guy?
how you been?
Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
That's
All right.
okay. That's fine.
So you guys, I'm about to introduce you to a friend of mine. We, as I said, we were in grad school together. Dr. Kevin Voss. In a former life, he was a scientist. Now he's very much he has sold out, as I like to say. He's in business development these days.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to tell people about what you do?
Yeah, so my job, I don't know how people in the chat are going to feel about this, but I do business development, corporate strategy, and investment relations in the pharmaceutical industry. So I work for a company in Vancouver developing therapeutics for cancer. And really, my job is to help raise money, get that through clinical trials, and look for larger companies to partner with for the asset development and the assets commercialization around the world.
Yeah. Look at this guy. Dropping dropping.
That's
Nick
legal
Frost
drug
says
dealer.
legal drug dealer. Let's go.
Not fun drugs, but definitely drug dealer for sure.
That's so funny. That's so funny. But obviously, that's what he does for work. But as you guys know, when we were in grad school together, none of us was talking politics. That for sure. But we're doing science. That's what we were doing. He was doing a lot of work on cancer research, and for my own part, I was doing what similar to what I was doing right now, working on lithium-ion batteries as a scientist. But today we want to talk politics. It's not going to be a science podcast like that. So
Yeah.
So Kevin. So what I wanted to know is, so Kevin self-describes as a person who is socially slightly right and he's economically left. So I wanted to know, what does that mean? What does that mean, Kevin?
Well, I think that I'll start with the economic side. I generally believe in stronger central systems. I tend to believe in higher taxes on people who make more money and having strong healthcare and services for citizens and looking out for people who maybe aren't as economically well off. It is more beneficial to the whole. As far as being socially sort of in the center, sort of maybe slightly center right, I'm very much an empath. So I like to understand what everyone's feeling. There are some things that just go a little bit too far in both directions. And I don't like, it's more of a resistance against both sort of far right and far left, the sort of idea that you can't talk about things, you can't come to understandings, that things just have to be one way or the other. So it sort of goes topic by topic for me, whether you'd consider me more socially left or socially right. But yeah, I would say more so on the left side is just, I sort of live by a tax code of looking out for people and making sure everyone's okay. And I sort of less believe that people as rich as Elon Musk should be walking around, and we should be looking out more for the people who are struggling to get by, and whatever sort of corporate and personal tax structure to make that happen is where I tend to lean.
Very interesting. And of course, some of you guys don't know this yet, but Kevin is in Victoria, so that's right here on Vancouver Island. Your slice of the world here, that patch tends to go NDP, right? How do you feel about the collapse of the NDP in this election?
Well, I'm going to use this term twice tonight. Once, if we get to real estate, and the other is going to be talking about the NDP. The NDP needs a come to Jesus moment. Like, they sort of need to get blown out here so that they can remake themselves. The truth is, the NDP has been too comfortable being the right flank of the Liberal Party for too long. And because of that, they don't, like, does anyone really know what the NDP stands for right now? And the question would be, like, how in the hell did the Liberals beat the NDP to a socialized housing plan? How can you be the Socialist Party in Canada and get beat to social housing and programs like that? So I just think the NDP have no idea what they're doing right now. They're sort of rudderless, and I think it's because they've been propping up the Liberals for so long. They've sort of lost their way in their identity of what a party actually looks like.
Yeah. No, let's come back to that. I want to check in with where we are on the polls here
before we get to that point, and that's partly why, as David said, British Columbia could be awfully important here tonight. You're always important, British Columbia, but even more important in terms of forming government for Mark Carney to become now, who is Prime Minister right now, but stays Prime Minister, the 24th Prime Minister, and now for sure won't have any problems beating Charles Tupper's record of being Prime Minister for only 68 days. He's going to hang in there a little bit longer, apparently. Ashley Burke is at Liberal headquarters where they are dealing with the news and waiting for more news in terms of what kind of government they're going to have for this fourth mandate, Ashley.
You heard the reaction here in the room, Rosie. People erupted. They were cheering. They were excited. Just moments before that, we were talking about how they were feeling. People are still cautiously optimistic. People in the campaign, they want a majority government. And as you just mentioned, they're thinking, could it come down to BC? They're hoping that as the results come in, it'll become a bit clearer, but that's what they're waiting for. This, as you mentioned, is one of the most dramatic reversals in political fortune that we've seen in recent Canadian history. Just last year, the Liberals were tanking in the polls. Justin Trudeau, after he left, Mark Carney came in and turned things around. But we've really been watching him on the spot during this campaign learn how to be a politician. We've seen him have to try to figure out how to navigate photo ops. And over the campaign, we've seen him get more comfortable with that, including being in crowds and talking to people. But as you mentioned, there were questions about if he would be the shortest serving prime minister or not. 45 days he's been prime minister, and now Canadians tonight have decided that they want him to stay on and lead this country. After he's really been hammering home his message about during this campaign about who is best to deal with Donald Trump. Rosie.
Okay, Ashley Burke coming from Liberal headquarters where there are a lot of happy people there tonight, but we'll see how happy they are because we still have to call what kind of government Mark Carney is going to lead, a minority or
all right, I bet the CBC is happy as hell right now because they get to survive another 4 years. I thought, well, they get to survive at least a year. Well, if it's a majority, I guess they can survive a bit longer, but they get to survive a while longer because obviously Pierre Poilievre has talked about defunding the CBC. But it looks like from the projections here, like like Mark Carney is gonna form government. That's what it's looking like right now. That's what do you think? Who'd you vote for, Kevin?
This was maybe the hardest election to pick maybe of my lifetime. I voted across all three major parties in my past, and like I gotta be honest, I'm glad Trudeau is gone. My family has personal beef with Justin. It's not my I have had family members in government who have had to deal with him, and there are some personal scars there. I don't think that he was. I think just sort of his time ran out. Like I know everyone likes to think that he was evil and all that stuff. They did do some pretty okay things. Like I think the dental care. I think the $10 a day child care that got introduced was good. They started to reinvest a bit in Veterans Affairs. I wish they had gone
well, some people might argue that wasn't necessarily him, though. That was Jagmeet Singh ringing his arm, right?
Yeah, and you can make that argument. They worked together on the dental part. The part that makes me mad on the dental part is that then they outsourced it to a third party and made it more inefficient, more bureaucratic, and more expensive putting it through Sun Life. So I wish they had kept that in-house. At the time, I was really looking to vote conservative at the time.
Yeah.
The longer this campaign went, the harder it became to support the Conservatives.
Why, if I may ask, why couldn't you vote Conservative?
Couple things. One, they had 10 years to come up with an economic plan, and they just didn't.
What was wrong with the economic plan?
the entire economic plan is based on some magic $60 billion of revenue that come from private industry. They don't tell you where it's coming from. They don't tell you how it's going to get there. It's just this idea that if you drop regulations, magically this money's going to start falling from the sky. That's trickle down economics. And I get it hasn't really worked. Also, the housing plan, the cutting the $1.3 million GST, when you run the numbers on that, we're going to have to start selling more $1.3 million houses per year than we have over the last 5 years to cover that loss of revenue. Like the numbers just don't seem to really add up. And then it sort of came down to the social part of the Conservative Party started going too far to the Tea Party. And the social part really turned me off. The sort of demonization of expertise and doctors and scientists. I experienced this during my postdoc in Calgary during COVID. As scientists, we actually have to wear, that's partly our fault, the whole sort of misinformation around science. We did not do a good job of sort of helping people get educated on it. And this sort of lack of empathy, as long as it's not happening to me, I don't give a shit what's happening to other people.
Yeah.
Attitude, I don't support it. Other people may. Look, it's just a me thing. So I ended up liking the Liberal guy who's running in my riding in Victoria, so I chose to go. I also like Carney. I think that Carney's much more talented than Pierre is at this point. So
yeah, you say that, but there is a little bit of abandoning, and obviously I like to keep things balanced on this channel. I'm not. Yeah. I tend not to. Every time there's something to be said for the other side, I try and do that. Part of the issue that maybe I have with the Carney platform is he does really, in some regards, abandon any fiscal guardrails. Right now, you could argue that that's because Canada is in a position right now where we need to invest in the future. But if that goes the same way as a lot of stuff goes here in Canada, well, like in terms of like they're way over budget and they don't get delivered on time, sort of like the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion went, then that could be potentially problematic. You could see that deficit really balloon, right? So that's the danger with the Carney platform right there. Yeah, it's all well and good to say, okay, the government is catalyzing this, and this, and you say Poilievre is relying a lot on private investment. Well, so is Carney, to be fair, because a lot of the money he's putting in there, obviously on behalf of the government, as he's investing there. A lot of that is supposed to be used to draw in private capital, right? So again, you could put the same argument to Carney as well in terms of where is the private capital coming in. But before we proceed there, I've been negligent about the chat. Sorry, you guys. Yeah. Okay, so Nick Frost, Boogeyman says the only question left is how many rights are we going to lose in the next term? Whoa.
I guess I would ask Boogeyman, what rights did you lose in the last 10 years?
I don't know if you want to say that, Kevin, because here's the thing. Here's the thing though. Some of the like people with the truckers convoy, for example, they might be like, well, they got highly. I mean, some of you might have heard some of the stories about their accounts being seized and stuff like that. So a lot of people really found that to be disturbing. That the government could just do that, So that's one example where the Conservatives are like, well, we don't want that, right? Mm-hmm. What do you say?
Well, I mean, it sort of can go in both directions. I got to be honest, I don't know enough about what happened all there to fully comment on it, but yeah.
Yeah. So Just Iman is saying, is PP cooked? He's asking the chat here. So you guys let me know. Is PP cooked? Well, he's cooked in the sense that he's not going to form government. It looks like he's proper cooked that way. So there's no surprise that he's not forming government. The the surprise would be if Mark Carney doesn't get a majority. And I wonder, because I know prior to this, a lot of conservatives were doubting the polls, that they were feeling like the polls were just a mirage. It's not looking like that right now. It's looking like Mark Carney will have this in the bag before the night's done.
When
Go
this
on,
when this started in Atlantic Canada, I immediately got a feeling of Trump in November. It felt like the polls were really wrong. Know who Mark Carney owes a huge gift basket to is Doug Ford, because they are crushing it in Ontario more so than I could have ever expected them to.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about though. Like for some reason, Pierre Poilievre can't seem to get the people together. Like he didn't. I don't know what that was about. There seemed to be this little bit of tension there between Pierre Poilievre and Doug Ford for some reason.
It was
I don't know what that's about.
And the Premier of Nova Scotia too.
Yeah.
I honestly, I think it's the Tea Party social side of the government. And to be honest, I think that, like a lot of people, if you just make this about who's going to face off with Trump, a lot of people feel that Carney will do a better job in negotiating than him. People in the chat may feel very differently about that, but that's sort of the prevailing feeling in the polls. And when they just poll for leader to deal with Trump, it goes much higher. Ontario's the province that's going to get hit the hardest by this. The entire auto manufacturing is sort of hanging on by a thread. So if Doug Ford feels that negotiation with Trump and that negotiation with the US is realistically the only thing that's going to keep him and his conservatives in power in Ontario, he may feel that hedging his bet towards Carney would help him stay in power long term.
Interesting. But like, and that was I said this in my prediction, right? Under no circumstances would it have been. It would have been a very bad idea to send Pierre Poilievre back with anything that wasn't a majority, simply because he doesn't seem like the kind of guy to form coalitions with anybody.
Well, I think the Bloc as weird as it sounds, and I would have hated it. Like I got huge problems with the Bloc Québécois.
Me too. Me too.
I love going to Quebec. Like Quebec City in summer is one of the most fun places you'll ever go. But you look at the equalization payments that Quebec gets, the sort of special treatment that Quebec gets, and then they walk around like they're getting wronged by everyone. It drives me crazy. So if they were the ones who were strangleholding the entire country, I would have lost my damn mind. But thank goodness that's not going to be the case.
Yeah. So obviously, the Bloc though is doing pretty good, which is very disappointing for me in Quebec, because after Francois Blanchet made his whole statement about like, Canada is an artificial country with very little meaning, I wanted Quebec to show some loyalty to the flag. I wanted Quebec to punish them for that. But it's not looking like that right now.
You can say, I mean, you pulled up from last election. You can say they're currently down 9 seats.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in a way, I guess you could kind of say that they are getting punished for that.
Yeah. But I was expecting them to get absolutely tank. But it's looking like they're holding up. They've got a strong base in that way, I guess.
Yeah, they do. As much as Alberta likes to pretend they're the first ones to think about separation from Canada, Quebec's been holding referendums on that for 40 years. They've been trying to get out of this country. So
yeah. Audrey Coco saying, "Oh dear, is this Arif talking?" I don't know what that Arif means, by the way. If you could spell out what you're trying to say. Nick Frost says PP still has hope. Jesus will come down and save him. Come on, don't be mean now. Don't be mean. I mean,
BC might be way more conservative than people think. I have a feeling the island here is going to be, for the first time in my lifetime, majority blue.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the coastal too. I actually think the Conservatives are going to pick up quite a bit in BC from what you.
Yeah. I mean, John Rostad in the provincial election here in BC actually did a decent job, right? He was pretty good, right?
They got really close, yeah.
I feel like John Rostad gave up the election. Okay, let's go back to the CBC because it looks like there's a little bit of. Oh, John, just Iman is saying, what are the chances of a majority? I would say pretty good. He needs the McCartney only needs 172 seats to form a majority, right? And from where the Liberals are leading or projected in 155. So I would say pretty good.
Vancouver will be a Liberal stronghold. Like you can bank on Vancouver's going to be another 8 or so to tag on to there.
Yeah. As I told you guys before, the key to the last 2 Liberal minorities is the key to the Liberals winning has usually always been Atlantic Canada, Central Canada, and Vancouver. Like if they can back that, usually they win. Now the quality of it then depends, right? So that's been the way it's gone. Let's tune back into the CBC.
Messages and they're just sort of trying to hold on to hope at this point.
Okay, Rafi Bouchakanyan, thank you so much from Montreal. We will be back to you, of course. Perhaps we can show a bit of how the vote share in Quebec changed. Let me know when we can go to that. But I'll go to Chantal, I think, if I can. Yves-François Blanchet. This is his 3rd election, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Yes, and he probably is feeling better when he compares his fate to what could be happening to the NDP.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone at this point is looking to challenge the leadership of Yves-François Blanchet. A lot of people in Quebec over the campaign were saying, well, we're going to lend our vote to the Liberals,
right?
Because of special circumstances, but it wasn't a judgment on the Bloc Québécois that they were making. Now, that being said, what also created this dynamics in Quebec in particular, the only province where Pierre Poilievre never led the pack, was always in 3rd place, was this notion at some point the Bloc surged, not because the Bloc was doing so well, but because a lot of Quebec voters looked at the numbers outside Quebec and thought to themselves, the rest of Canada is about to elect Pierre Poilievre. We don't want him. So we are going to build a wall by voting for the Bloc. And of course, that wall crumbled the second that Justin Trudeau left and the polls showed that Mark Carney had a shot at winning.
Well, then they built a wall around the Liberals in Quebec is really what happened to keep out Pierre Poilievre.
I mean, they're looking at 440 seats and it looks at this point in the evening like they're going to get better than that.
Okay, some other good news for the Liberals at this hour. Let me show you who has just been elected as a member of Parliament for the very first time, and that is Mark Carney, Canada's Prime Minister. This is his first time running for public office. He was tempted many times, but never decided to go for it. And this time he has, and he has won handily in his riding of Nepean. This is, I can't remember what, I have this trivia somewhere, but the last time that a prime minister's riding was in the nation's capital. I'll go find that for you. But Mark Carney winning his own riding tonight. That is the first time that he has won public office, the first time he has sought public office, and now he can also not only be prime minister, but be elected as prime minister, something that he wasn't before. That is Liberal headquarters, where they are waiting for more information, obviously, about how this evening is going to unfold and what kind of government they will celebrate tonight. David Cochran.
Yeah, you know, Rosie, I'm beginning to think Mark Carney's never going to be the finance minister at this rate, because that was always the rumor and his entry into Canadian politics. I want to go through sort of where the Liberals are at this stage, you know, to support the reason why we have projected a Liberal government and to show why a majority is still very much in play. And I'm going to go all the way back to Newfoundland and Labrador just to show you something here. This is Terra Nova and the Peninsulas. This has been a Conservative seat throughout the night, but just have a look at this. It's now down to a 28-vote lead. Ooh. This has been happening in a lot of the ridings in Atlantic Canada where the advance vote is being counted late and where the Liberals did a really good job of getting their vote in early over that Easter weekend. So with 12 polls reporting, you can see Anthony Germain, the Liberal candidate there, chewing up that Conservative lead and getting now within less than 30 votes. There's been similar stories. We saw that happen in Central Nova, in Nova Scotia, where Sean Fraser was way down for a period of time, but as more and more advance polls have come Common, he's moved into the lead, and also in New Brunswick, in Miramichi Grand Lake, where the advanced polls have put the Liberals into the lead there. So the Liberals started the night with 24 seats that they held as the 32 in Atlantic Canada. They're back at 24 with a chance, if Terra Nova flips, to get it to that 25 that we talked about on the path to majority earlier. So still a chance for them to hit the threshold here. We'll go into Quebec, where the last I checked, because the numbers are changing soon, they were at 42 seats. They're now at 44 seats in Quebec, 13 of them pickups. And look at this. We're still waiting for a little bit of data on the island of Montreal, only really in one riding. There is a Conservative leading on the island of Montreal right now in the riding of Mount Royal. So we'll have to see where that goes. But either way, the Liberals at this point in the night, with still a lot of votes to be counted, are ahead of the 40-vote threshold they needed to be at in Quebec. Now, Ontario, a lot of votes being counted, slightly different story. They are at 69 seats of the 122. They are down 6 right now. You're seeing some movement here in the GTA seats that have been the stronghold of the Liberals. Oops, I didn't mean to click on Kitchener, but they're doing well in Kitchener. But there's only about 11% of the vote counted in Ontario. And again, this is going to be a pattern throughout the night with the Liberal vote. They are widely believed by all the campaigns, we've heard this from Conservatives as well, to have outperformed their opponents in the advance vote, and in a lot of cases that comes in last. So while they're at 150 seats there right now, the last time I checked, there were still about a dozen seats that we were waiting on results for that all the campaigns believe are going to go Liberal. So you can bear that in mind as a reason why we have not yet ruled out the possibility of a Liberal majority government. In Manitoba, we had set the threshold at 6 for them to be on the path for majority. They're right at 6 right now. They've got 2 pickups. They're leading right now in Winnipeg West, which was a Conservative seat. They are not leading in Winnipeg Centre, but they have picked up, or at least leading in the Northern Manitoba riding right now. In Saskatchewan, they said 1. All they needed was 1.
BB has joined the chat. Why are you always trying to start shit, BB? Come on.
As Ian was telling us,
why are you always trying to start shit? I was wondering where you were.
Though Mark Carney did go there, and Saskatoon University was a riding that the Liberals had talked about as a potential gain for them. They've held right now 2 of their 3 in the north. None of them,
we're gonna get in the chat. You guys have been quiet.
Don't want to ruin the
hella quiet.
They are no longer ahead of Wetaskiwin.
You guys have to get in the chat. Let me know.
Right now, the Liberals do have 2 seats in Alberta, and they're both in Calgary right now. So
come on, Nick.
Calgary
you're also whoa, guys. Come on,
they're leading there now. They are not ahead in Edmonton. That is where they had 1 seat. That was Randy Boissonneau's seat in Edmonton Centre.
Come on, be nice.
Blue right now in Edmonton, Strathcona, maybe the safest NDP seat around. We don't have results from that yet. So with a lot still to come, Rosie, in Vancouver area in particular, the Liberals right now, they have only 8 in BC, but look at this, right? We got
these Liberals, man. These Liberals
reporting. The Liberals have 3 pickups, and we're still not fully in to the Vancouver core and the suburbs there, and that is the Liberal stronghold of British Columbia. So they're at 155 right now at this point in time. There's still upside growth there for them. You can see a path to the delta of 17 that they need, and it might actually include Delta, which is a seat they hold on the Lower Mainland.
All right. That's enough of CBC for now. Enough of all this gloating. You can tell the CBC presenters have some pep in their step all of a sudden. They're not talking about getting defunded anymore. You know, they live to fight another election. Come on. I don't know. I was gonna ask you this, Kev, and let me read the comments first, and then I'll get your take on something. BB, I was wondering where you were. I was wondering when you show up. We're trying to start shit like you always do. Don't worry. The chat loves you still, but dude, you gotta stop starting shit like this. Where did I stop? Says law-abiding people and families lose priority. Okay, no, that was on our previous discussion. Then Dennis Eichmeyer says more taxes, more scandals, I guess is what you're trying to say there. Just Eman says, what are the chances of a majority? Okay, I've done that one before. BB, this is where BB jumps and says, Maple MAGA, where you at? Come on, dude. Nick Frost says they'll be protesting until the next election if we go by the US 2020 results. Here's what, and that's something I don't want to see this. I don't want to see people talking about a rigged election. I don't want to see people talking about like, oh, the election was stolen. Like, unfortunately, and I read you guys to Donald Trump's Truth Social post earlier this morning. For some reason, that man he just really enjoys, like, and you can tell that they just like messing, they just like twisting the knife a little bit. They just like messing with us. Like,
did you hear, just sorry to interrupt, but
no, go on.
There's also a leaked transcript of have to wait to see when it actually comes out, of a New Atlantic interview that he gave. And they asked him, what's the difference between your first term and your second term? And he said, in the first term, I had to run the country and I had to survive because I had a lot of corrupt, disloyal people around me.
Wild.
In the second term, I run the country and I run the world.
That's
it's just, God.
Yeah, no, I'm glad he ain't my president. That's all I'm gonna say. And maybe he turns it into an economic success, though. I mean, I say that, but maybe that's what. Maybe things turn around and America becomes something that we never expected. I don't know, but it's wild what he's doing.
There is a way to use tariffs selectively to do it, and there's a way to approach rehashing global trade if you want to do it. If you feel like you're getting ripped off, I would make the argument they've had a pretty sweet deal from Canada, to be honest with you. But
yeah,
I digress. Not the way to do it is to just slap tariffs and start yelling at people.
Well, you can see that has worked out in Russia, with Russia and Ukraine, right?
Yeah, it's just like, if you want to go to Europe and say, hey, this part's unfair of our trading thing, I want to renegotiate it. We get 1 month to make this happen. If not, this level of tariff is coming into play until we figure it out. Okay, that's a fair way to do it. And you go sort of place by place and you figure it out. But when you just wake up one morning and say 25% on Canada, okay, 67% on Vietnam, 240% on China, with just like no rationale, and then just sort of yelling at those people, no one wants to do business with them because no one can trust him. Like, you can't trust he's going to live up to his own deals. So why the hell would you do business with him?
And that's fundamentally the issue, right? He's trying to get all these countries to sign new deals, but he has shown that he's willing to renege on any deal he signs, really, because I mean that's essentially what he's doing with Canada, right?
He's calling it a ripoff. It's his deal. So is he a liar, or is he a shitty negotiator?
And they keep pushing that shit. They're like, oh, the deal maker in chief is in the process of making a deal. I'm like, yo, guys, relax with that nonsense.
Oh God.
Anyways, BB is still niddling. It says Maple Maga. Okay. Just Eman is saying, I swear online Maple Maga were the loudest. Oh, where is this crowd that we were seeing at the rallies though? It's unfortunate that they haven't turned these record-breaking crowds into that conservative. I'm just watching what the images CBC is showing here. Those conservatives are hella. Look at that face. Oh,
well, it's also like those rallies. Like, they would say there's 15,000 people here. There was really like 3,000 to 4,000.
Like, yeah, the CBC did a feature on that, showing that the numbers were not actually adding up. Yeah, that's correct.
Have you been to a sold out hockey game in Vancouver before, or in Calgary, in Edmonton, really anywhere? That's what 16,000 people looks like. That is a packed place. Like, it was really weird. He threw those rallies in places that were safe,
that he had lots of support,
right?
Eh?
Like, if he's going to go into deep rural Alberta and then pound his chest that he gets a lot of people showing up, like, yeah, man, I sort of expect that if you're not getting that many people in rural Alberta, I'd be really, really concerned.
Yeah. Nick Frost says, just messing around. No point in gloating since we had no idea which way it would go. I did. I'm pretty close here. It's looking like I'm still pretty good for my minority prediction here. I'm still pretty good. So we'll see at the end of the night. But it's getting tight though. It's getting tight.
Okay, I want to see this. Have you seen Pierre's ballot?
No, I have not.
Okay, that's Pierre's ballot. Look how many people are on it. There's something like 72 options on it.
These cast in the advance vote, right?
Wow,
so
that is wild.
In there in the system. So they got that special dispensation to go early. So while we may know that the Liberals are going to form government, we don't yet know whether it's going to be a majority government or not. Those by-elections that we were talking about, this happened in Toronto, St. Paul. We hosted a by-election special there and with LaSalle Marvin, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning before you got results. Now, with a leader and a seat on the line, may go faster, but they had to count tens of thousands of these.
That's
the challenge we're up against.
I do have to say that those numbers that we saw there with a Liberal advantage, it's because the advance polls were counted first for that riding. So let's not, no one's going to suggest here that that's the direction this is going to take. Arif, you wanted to say something there?
Well, I think it's interesting. You showed that photo of the folks in the conservative room, and the concern that I have is actually what it's going to look like that first Conservative caucus meeting. What I'm getting at, Rosemary, is that in terms of expectations, the expectations were quite large on the part of Pierre Poilievre's caucus that he would deliver them into government, minority or majority, but he would deliver them into government. They have this legislation that we deal with all the time as parliamentarians. First act of a caucus is to decide on the Michael Chong private members bill.
All right.
About what we're going to do.
This guy's saying a bunch of stuff that maybe I'm not too interested in.
So Pierre's riding. I want to see if Pierre actually loses his seat, because
that would be crazy. He's in Carleton, right? Yeah.
And people are also in the protest riding. So essentially, why there's that many people is that there is a protest from a group called Rhino that essentially says it's too easy to get onto the ballot.
Whoa!
To get onto the ballot, you have to be nominated by someone, and then get like 5 groups or 5 people to back you to get your name onto the ballot.
Yeah.
And so what they did as a protest is they said, "Here's how ridiculous this is," and they signed up like 85 independents to run in the area.
Bruh, that's so funny. It's so funny. I didn't even know that backstory. That is hilarious. You know what else I didn't know? What else I didn't know today? I was looking at my riding. My riding here is Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Okay.
And when I went to vote, I hadn't realized there was that many minority parties. There was a party there was another libertarian party.
Yeah.
There was a marijuana party. That one surprised me. That one really surprised me. I didn't know there was such a thing.
Do you have a communist party up there?
There is a communist party. Yeah. That was wild to me. Yeah. I was like, what the hell?
The only one up in my writing was like the Christian Heritage Party.
I saw that one as well.
Yeah. That I hadn't heard of that one before.
Yeah. There's some crazy parties. Wensley Dale says, I am an election officer. I'm an election worker, not today, but did the advance polls. I highly doubt it's rigged. It's really a very secure system with all the records that are kept and heavily scrutinized. You know what? Respect, Wensley, because I know you're a conservative and I know how much this must hurt. I know how much you wanted Pierre Poilievre to win. So I mean, hopefully you don't feel too disappointed tonight. I know you and Edward Lacey are always holding it down for the conservatives in the chat. So respect for you guys. Respect for still showing up. Nick Frost says Costco or Walmart before a holiday. That's 16,000 people. Okay, buddy. Okay. BB says problems with the rallies. People can go to multiple rallies, but only vote once. That's a good point. Also, people can go who are not eligible to vote. Also true. You're just here dropping dimes, BB. Whoa. I had not seen that yet. Oh, it looks like Stephen Gobo won. So let's tune in and hear what he has to say.
It will be a majority government.
Well, clearly the numerous attacks by President Trump on the Canadian economy, but not just the economy, on our sovereignty and our very identity, I think have really mobilized Canadians. And I think they saw in Prime Minister Carney someone who has experience on the world stage, someone who has experience with the economy, with finance, who has managed crisis, versus Pierre Poilievre, who's never done anything else than work on Parliament Hill in Ottawa.
Ouch.
And they felt he was the right person for what's coming ahead and the difficult times we have ahead of us.
We appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Catherine.
All right.
In Montreal, and Rosie, worth noting, Stephen.
Yeah, I'm sure Stephen Gobo would have been happy to twist a knife in there because Pierre Poilievre spent some time on him. He worked him. Yeah. I wonder if Pierre Poilievre would like to have that 3 million or something that he spent also discrediting Jagmeet Singh back right now when he was trying to force an election. Because
didn't the report come out that the Conservative MP, now I'm not trying to spread any misinformation out here, anyone in the chat wants to look it up, I'm pretty sure a report came out of spending this year, and the Conservative MPs outspent the Liberal MPs by like a pretty substantial portion.
They did. I've seen that.
Millions of dollars.
I've seen that. Now, what I don't know about that is, are you referring those funds though? We also know that the Conservatives have been good. They've been fundraising very well. In fact, leading up to this election, they've been fundraising really good, right? So what coming into the election, they had a significantly bigger budget to play with. Right?
But the elections have
caps on how much you can spend.
Yeah, it's like $25 per constituent or something like that in certain areas. Like, I don't know that fundraising was all of that. Like, I know that the idea is that Pierre spends a lot of money on traveling. Like Pierre himself. So I'm not 100% sure if that was just because they had high fundraising or they were traveling a lot or had a lot of expenses. I'm not completely sure on that front.
Yeah. Hey, if you guys are tuning in for the first time, I should have said this in this at the start. If you're tuning in for the first time, feel free to make sure you subscribe down below, like and share it with your friends. That way, you guys can catch when I make new videos. You guys might have also noticed that in the chat, there's now an option for you guys to drop a super chat. It's kind of a super cheap way for you to support the channel if you want to. Of course, I treat you guys all equally in the chat. So just so you know, that option is there if you want to support the channel. So let's proceed here. BB says PP is currently losing his riding early in the vote count. That would be wild. Now that would be wild because if Poilievre
say that they did the early voting count first there.
Yeah.
We know that early voting almost always US, Canada, it's always the Liberal vote.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, they did say that. That is fair. Nick Frost says, yeah, the Communist Party is the Liberal Party. I don't know the history there. If you want to tell me, I don't know that.
No. The Liberals are the most centrist. If you look at the Canadian political spectrum, the Liberals are the most centrist. Like the NDP and the Bloc are both way left of the Liberal Party.
Yeah, I feel like Justin Trudeau did take the Liberals quite a bit left though.
Socially, he went very left. He took the culture war route, and I think that's why he lost his popularity. Single voter issues are such an interesting thing to me. Whether it's, and I don't want to get myself in trouble here, but whether it's LGBTQ plus rights, whether it's Indigenous rights, like any of those sort of smaller area social issues, when those become the primary focus of your talking points or your primary focus of your campaign, you lose the majority of the electorate, because the majority of the electorate, all they really give a shit about is Are you going to help me put food on the table? Are you going to help me keep a roof over my house or a roof over my head? If all you ever talk about is these sort of niche single voter issues, those are very left. Those tend to migrate you very left socially. And Trudeau played the culture war. He really did. The Conservatives are playing the culture war right now because they were ready for a head-to-head with Trudeau. They were ready for the culture war fight. Carney didn't have to do it because the NDP completely imploded on themselves. So he didn't have
to be fair, I don't think Carney was the guy to win a culture war election. So and you can tell that the Liberals know how to run a winning campaign, right? They have that machine going. And they knew early that Carney wasn't the guy to win a culture war election. So they made it about his personality and his resume, which is an election that was obviously winnable for him, right?
Yeah, I still don't think this is done, to be honest with you. I have a weird, like, they're so early in counting. This can swing Conservatives still, especially in Ontario, but we'll see.
It will be interesting. BB says, FYI, Alberta separatists are already planning another free dummy convoy. This time in Edmonton. Come on, dude. Why are you always starting shit, BB? Come on. Wensleydale, who has been very, very, very nice, unlike BB today. He says, don't worry, we love you, BB. Keep him coming. Wensleydale says, I will accept whatever results. A change would have been nice, but life will go on, and Canada is a great country. Wow. That is something I've been wanting to hear. Beyond, I think this message of Canada is broken. Canada is going to the shitter if the candidate you want doesn't win. I'm glad that's not the message coming out of you, Wednesday. I love that. Wednesday goes on to say, lots of opportunities for everyone here if you want to put in the work and effort. I love that. That's a great message. BB says he thinks anyone who is in Maple MAGA is a communist. Whoa. Cons are 100% culture wars. I don't know.
Not 100%, but a huge amount of their messaging was sort of anti-woke, criminal justice. Like they kept saying they didn't want to be Trump, and then at the end, like the anti-woke, we're going to defund universities if they're not conservative enough.
Yeah,
that's what the entire that when you're trying to distance yourself from Trump and then you put a policy out there that's like so actively mirroring exactly what they're doing. That's what the whole Harvard lawsuit is about. A very odd decision, but not completely, but they did a lot.
So here's where I'm curious though. As obviously you voted Liberal, I want to know if you could take some parts of the Conservative platform and put that and something that you would want the Liberals to implement. I know the platforms looked remarkably similar when it came down to it, but if you could take some good parts of the Conservative platform, what would you like to see a Mark Carney government deploy?
That's really interesting because, to be honest with you, they are the platforms are remarkably similar.
They are.
So it's hard to say. There are some more conservative things that I'm very happy that Carney has brought in, like his promise to build railways from existing energy infrastructure to tie them, or from mining facilities, or sort of any sort of project that is involved in energy infrastructure, and help them connect to the main railways to get things going. I hope he does live up the promise of the West-East pipeline. I do think that one's important.
Not if Quebec has anything to do with it.
Well, again, Quebec, we're gonna have to find a way to work with them, because again, they hold a lot of the country hostage. I don't know. I'd have to go back through his platform, but I think that a lot of the things are very similar just with slightly different flavor associated to them. So I guess I think that the addiction thing is sort of a tough road. I really don't like what the BC government has done with it. I think that my problem with it is I'm not sure if I would go Pierre's route
with involuntary commitment and stuff.
Yeah, but I think the half measures definitely don't work. This idea of just decriminalizing and hoping it goes away definitely has not worked. Like, take it in BC here. It is, I don't want to swear on here, but damn ridiculous that
don't worry, I swear all the time. You're good.
If I went to a playground like 2 blocks away from my house and I sat and cracked a beer, I would go to jail. But if I was sitting there and shooting up heroin, they couldn't touch me. They couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. So in my mind, you either have to go the involuntary, very strict, almost like militaristic area against drugs, or you have to take it way further left the other way. You have to start thinking about, okay, are we going to create a crown corp that actually manufactures the drugs ourselves? We're hiring chemists directly out of their PhDs. Everything is super pure. We're taxing it. We're selling it in sort of controlled environment injection sites, like, and everything's super controlled and super clean. And that's how you do it. Like, you sort of have to pick one of the two extremes, because certainly where we're at right now is definitely not working. That's for sure.
Just before we go on there, it looks like Toronto's St. Paul's is back in Liberal hands. That's pretty good for them. That's a good pickup, because I think that was one of the ridings that spelled the end for Justin Trudeau. In the last days. Yeah. So it's good to see that BBS is out. You guys are quiet, and you guys are mad quiet in the chat today. Am I to believe that most of the crowd here was conservative all along? You guys are so quiet. Jeez, come on, guys, talk to me. Anyways, let's go back here and listen to what the CBC is saying here.
Mark Carney. Donald Trump, I think, has really set the stakes for this election in a way that people understood at the doors. And the change of leadership. Mark Carney came in as a fresh, new, experienced leader for the Liberal Party, and I think people were looking for that too. So that really changed the playing field. And also, it was more time to do the outreach that we needed, to hear from people heading into a general election as opposed to a by-election. And I think that was really important. So I'm deeply, deeply grateful for the result tonight.
You lost in the by-election to the Conservative Don Stewart, a small margin of votes of just over 600. Now here you are. How are you feeling this evening?
I feel very good. I feel so grateful for the trust that the community of St. Paul's has put in me. I'm so grateful for the team. We've had just people coming out in this election in ways that I've never seen before, getting involved because of what's at stake. And so I really hope to continue that engagement as we go forward.
I understand people were coming to your campaign measure when he was out putting out signs, something like 4 times the amount of requests for signs. So there really was, this time as opposed to the by-election, a bit of an uphill battle. A lot of voters talking about Justin Trudeau, not so happy, but a different atmosphere this time.
Well,
Let's get back in it here. Just Eman is saying Doug Ford for next con leader.
That's an interesting question. Who would you pick for it?
Ooh, to be honest, I don't know that Doug Ford would want to contest federally. To be fair, I think it, you know what's interesting? His friend, as he likes to describe him, his friend Tim Houston looks to be putting his hand up.
Mm-hmm. I heard earlier this week about Jason Kenney potentially throwing his hat in the ring.
That's former Alberta, is that?
Yeah, he was the one who Danielle Smith, who they kicked out during COVID.
Yeah.
Mainly because he wasn't far enough right. Essentially, the Conservatives in Alberta said you're too liberal to be the Conservative leader.
So do you think that for the Conservatives to win another election in the future, their base is just too small, that they will need a candidate who appeals more to potentially leftist people in order to win an election? Is that really where the Conservatives are going to have to go? Because I'll make one final point there, because it looks like the Liberals have had to pick. McCartney is probably one of those, like, yeah, people say he's a centrist, but he's probably more of a conservative. He's not the quintessential like liberal, though. He's not that far left. He's pretty centrist, like centrist to even right, to be fair, when you think about it with Carney. So will the Conservatives have to pick someone that's not the generic, conservative in that way?
Yeah, I think with Carney, he has a lot of he's a very interesting character. He behaves and carries himself like a conservative, but a lot of his economic policy of sort of stronger central government and sort of government crown funds and stuff like that is a much more left idea. So he sort of sways both ways. The Conservatives are going to have to, like, the PPC was the first time that the Conservatives ever felt any pressure on their sort of flank, right? And the PPC is like is even further right than the Conservatives, obviously. But the issue is, like, if Canada was a two-party system, like we were in the US, we would be a super majority Democrat every time, right?
Right.
If you take the percentages of Liberal plus Bloc plus NDP plus Green, in any election, that's 60 to 70% of the electorate every single time. And those are all, Liberals are the furthest right of those four parties. So, like, I mean, Conservatives being really the only party on the right, they get a lot of power for the 40% of the electorate that they get. So 40% of the electorate, 35 to 40. And sometimes that's enough to carry the popular vote because the left tends to cannibalize itself so much. They're going to have to find a way to chip away at the moderates. And I think they did it incorrectly this time. I think economically, they actually came left, and then socially they went right. I think their way to sort of chip away at it is to do the opposite, is to actually go economically a bit more right, like sort of super cut taxes, cut programs, get governments out of everything, but then socially come a little bit closer to the center. Because they're going to have to chip away at the moderates if they're ever going to want to sort of.
But is there a world where the Liberals fumble it so badly this term that the Conservatives just need to be patient, like MAGA was in America?
I still think, as long as MEGA in the US exists, I still think their messaging, and I think you saw it in the last 2 weeks. If you're watching that number, though, that's getting closer and closer down below.
That is getting very close.
I don't think this is near done. I think you really saw it in the last 2 weeks. Is what you saw was, especially at the debates, Pierre became more soft.
He did.
He wasn't as aggressive. He wasn't as sort of stark on the pushing the sort of more socially right stuff. And you started to see it sort of come back together to the center. So if I'm honest, I think that's the blueprint for the Conservatives. Do what you want economically, but socially, you got to start to chip away at the people who aren't comfortable with the anti-woke police state sort of way of looking at things. And that's how then they can definitely win the next election.
Yeah, this is getting very interesting. Let's tune back into CBC here. What the hell is going on? This is getting too close.
pretty interesting, starting with
Oh.
LaSalle and Mard Verdun. Of course, we talked about earlier that famous by-election where the Bloc got into that Liberal stronghold. Well, no more. Claude Gay, projected elected in LaSalle and Mard Verdun. Let's move over to Chateauguay, Les Jardins de Napierville, where Patrick O'Hara lost by 12 votes last time around. This time, it is Liberal star candidate Natalie Provost who is projected elected in that seat. And finally, in Rivière des Mille Îles, the Bloc incumbent Désilets will not be winning the day. Linda Lapointe projected elected in that riding. So giving you a sense, Rosie, of how some of those numbers are firming up in this case. These are not just early numbers. Now we're projecting.
Yeah, and that really tells the story about what's happening in Quebec. The Bloc down, and the Liberals picking things up there, which could help them on their road to seeing if they form a minority or a majority government. Where are we going next here?
Well, the NDP is looking like they might just hold on to a party starter still.
Louis Ferrani put his hand up, so I should have
I
known
don't know if you guys have seen that. The NDP is not doing too bad. Well, compared to where they could be, but
the optimism and the
they're
aspirational
doing
component
okay
of the election,
to
right?
retain party starters.
You talked about it yourself during the course of this evening. Mark Carney was not a polished politician. I think the fact that he wasn't a polished politician actually allowed him to present himself as a fresh face to Canadian voters, but he was also very ambitious and very confident, right? Going into ridings like Saskatchewan, we're talking about Desmethy tonight, working on his French for that French language debate, showing that optimism that we can maybe take seats on Vancouver Island. A lot remains to be determined, but I think that optimism was telling. And I think that started to become a bit infectious. And as you saw, as the campaign rollout happened with the advertising, for example, he was front and center on almost everything. And then you saw Pierre Poilievre conversely sort of being resiling a bit and sometimes being replaced by Stephen Harper, which is a bit antithetical to that change narrative. You're talking about a guy who was the prime minister 10 years ago. So I think that's important to sort of understand in terms of what's been taking place here. And what I heard from folks in the 416, in the 905, is that that message that Carney was offering was really resonating. So I heard that from James Maloney in Etobicoke Lakeshore. I heard that from people such as Kareem Bardisi, and I will just a personal shout out to Tayakan Park, Delhi Park. He's been declared elected. He will make an excellent successor, and that's a terrific result to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right to point out that issue of leaders' favorability, because that obviously may have been a factor here as well. What I'm not going to accept anymore is that Mark Carney's not a politician. He's a politician. That's it. There's no going back. That's who he is now. That's who he is for the rest of his life. Yeah.
Well, and if people thought he was going to run as a high-minded technocrat, I think we found he was a very much a political animal.
Yes.
He's been after this job for years. He was quite capable of being economical with the truth, quite capable of putting forward policies that were vaporous on observation. You know, he could play the game for good or ill.
Well, he also got good just at talking to people and doing rallies. And well, Theo, you were out with him for a while.
He got a lot better. Like the first 2 weeks of the campaign,
Yeah. Okay. Let's come back here. I'm not having this nonsense about people saying. I don't know if you've noticed this, and you guys get in the chat. Let me know. Did Mark Carney seem like someone that wasn't a real wasn't a politician? Like, I don't agree with that shit. Like, he would, like, what in Mark Carney made you feel like he wasn't a politician? Let me hear from you.
So I'll tell you, my cousin who used to be in government, he and I had this discussion when it was him versus Freeland. Right off the top. And he had met Mark Carney before, and his take was never that his speeches were going to be bad or that his rallies were going to be bad. The idea of him being a not so good politician was always going to be focused on his ability to just sort of sit down and connect with the average Canadian. And this idea that, like, you know, he could just sort of meet your everyday person you come across on the road at their level and sort of have that conversation with people. People who, I mean, a lot of people like to say that most people who are highly educated are really hard to talk to sometimes because we tend to be in our own bubble. We tend to speak our own language. And we sort of, when we go to stem outside that bubble, you know, it doesn't tend to always go so well. So it was never going to be that his speeches were bad. It was never going to be that his rallies were necessarily bad. that answering reporters was going to be bad. It was going to be how could he actually connect with people on the street, your everyday Canadian.
Yeah, the part of the problem I had with Marconi, to be fair, in the beginning was the fact that he would talk a lot about macroeconomics, and a lot of what he said seemed like he didn't have the ability to get granular in terms of how does this affect my pocketbook, right? A lot of it was very at high level at times. Let's just go back to the map and join the CBC. I'll come back to that.
I mean, look, the Liberals have been projected to win the most seats here tonight, but they are down in Ontario, not just below where we thought they needed to be for the path to majority. They're just flat out down. And like, let's go through some of the regions here. The NDP vote is nowhere in Ontario, but a lot of it's going Conservative. So we've seen the Conservatives moving into the Peel region here and like gaining seats in the York region. But what's also interesting is if you go to southwestern Ontario, look at this. Windsor right now is blue. London Fanshawe is blue. I believe Kitchener Centre, the Green Party seat, that is blue right now. And I bet you if we go into the Hamilton area, we're going to see some of that there as well. Look, there's no orange in Hamilton, but in Hamilton Centre, there's a Conservative in the lead right now. So this is the top line numbers, and sort of the conventional wisdom of this election has been that the NDP vote collapse would just all huddle around Mark Carney as the new Progressive Party avatar. But what you're seeing is a lot of those orange votes seem to have gone blue, or at least the orange ridings are going blue because the dynamics where red and orange are pretty strong seconds and third. And you know what? Doug Ford rode this dynamic to a majority in Ontario because you had Bonnie Crombie and Merritt Stiles kind of competitive second and third place in vote share. And we're seeing this sort of playing out in Canada's biggest province, in the key battleground of Ontario. The last numbers I had on Ontario, because it is changing back and forth, 63 Liberal is what I'm told right now. They're down 13 in Ontario right now. At 59 Conservative, they're up 18. So the Liberals are losing seats to the Conservatives in Ontario. The NDP are losing seats to the Conservatives in Ontario. And look at that. It's 154 to 152 right now. Like, we're getting close to a tie. Rosie?
Okay, Althea, you went in there, and then Andrew, and then I'm going to
Conservatives are going to win this thing.
Oh, I see, you can just see the Conservatives are awake again. Houston, we've got takeoff. You can see there's now 25 people tuning in right now. Come on, where were you Conservative when the cons were down? You guys are not loyal. You're not loyal.
I bet CTV feels real dumb for running that.
I bet they do.
Headline 30 minutes ago.
Oh no, it's gonna be so bad for them. To be fair, CBC also said the same. Well, it's getting wild.
Well, I think the thing to take on is a lot of these ridings are going to have the
advanced polling
coming after, so that will probably balance itself out. But yeah, I've been sort of watching that ticker down below, and it's a lot closer than people think. Especially
no, people liberals are not sitting so pretty anymore. They're not sitting so pretty anymore. It's getting wild. It's getting wild. Just Eamon says, how the hell did the libs survive? I think it's insane. Well, they haven't survived yet. They have not survived yet. Nick Frost says, damn, Carney should work with the police department and solve some of the missing person cases. I don't know if that's his area of expertise, my guy. I think he might need a little bit of training. Braveheart is saying he's getting closer now. Where were you when the cons were down big? You're not loyal. You're not loyal. I'm calling you out right now. Stay loyal. Stay loyal. Conservatives in the chat, I want to see your face. Come out of hiding, guys. Come out of hiding. Things can still happen. Come on. Come out of hiding. I wonder if Big B is still as confident as he was when he headed off to sleep or something. Right. Yeah, that didn't age very well. That aged like milk right now. It's turning very bad. Braveheart says, I'm not a conservative. I trust neither PP nor McCartney. Okay, but who did you vote for or something? Let me know. Nick Frost says, I voted Carney, but now I'm pulling for Pierre. Chaos is the dude. Dude, so you're polling for chaos. That's what you're about. Okay, looks like the NDP have won in Quebec. They've won Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Good job by the NDP. So I guess they only need one seat to maintain official party status. The NDP, if they make that 12, I think they maintain official party status. Is that right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
Jagmeet, I don't think Jagmeet's gonna win his seat though.
Yeah, that's the danger, right?
They redrew it, and I'm pretty sure the 338 poll had him polling in third in his own district.
Yeah. Nick Frost says I've read that. Braveheart says I would vote PP because Carney gives me the snake vibe. Well, you just said you're not a conservative. Why are you talking on two sides of your mouth, person? What is this? You just said you're not a conservative. Well, you said you would vote PP. That makes you a conservative.
No. When Pierre speaks at rallies, I feel uncomfortable. I don't know what it is. Something about him on stage just feels kind of creepy and weird to me.
Really?
Yeah. I don't think it's his voice. I think he looks very rigid and uncomfortable when he's on stage. Like when he's walking and turning, he sort of looks very rigid and almost like he's uncomfortable to be up there.
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems strange to me.
I think he's to be fair, having his wife there with him in a lot of those rallies, I think has helped him a lot because you can tell that and I mean that you could tell they're happy because she does soften him up a lot in a lot of his interviews and a lot of his rallies. He is visibly like softer around her. Pause. I know what I just said just sounded a little wrong, but
I didn't ask you. Have you told everyone how you voted today?
I usually try and avoid doing that on the channel just because I don't want to. I try and stay neutral, but I allow people obviously to go wherever they want. The idea of the channel obviously is to have people from different dimensions. I don't want this to be an echo chamber by any means.
Yeah.
So I allow everybody from everywhere to voice their opinions. That's what the channel is meant to be. So I try not to. Don't put me on the spot and make me tell people.
I won't. But let me run it both directions then. You asked me if there was anything in particular from Pierre's policy package that I'd want for Carney. Can you do it sort of both ways? Like if somehow the Conservatives come back here, is there anything that you would like to see him integrate from the Liberals? And if the Liberals hang on, you'd like to see them bring from the Conservatives?
That's a good question, For me, I think the biggest concern I had with the Conservative platform was essentially similar to along the lines of what you said. He was leaning a lot on the private sector to do a lot of heavy lifting, which came off to me like he didn't understand or didn't take into cognizance the times that we're in with basically all of Trump's tariffs is about taking investments actively out of Canada and bringing those back to the United States, right? And if the government isn't involved in actively, to borrow Trump's language, to borrow Carney's language, in catalyzing that investment from the private sector, then it won't happen, right? And I mean, he was banking a lot also on the oil and gas. Well, now that the price of oil is down, now what, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And it was telling that, in the closing days of the election, instead of him to talk about some of those fundamental issues with infrastructure and stuff like that, he was there talking about bringing plastic straws back. And I was like, come on, dude. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know?
I also think the oil and gas thing, it's an interesting one. I mean, we definitely need it. Like this idea that oh my gosh, maybe we should tune in. Pierre's losing by quite a bit.
Oh, wait, holy shit.
They were counted first.
What the?
And only 10 polls reporting. So we're nowhere near calling anything in that riding, but that is why things are so, I'm not going to say volatile, but they are unusual and difficult to predict, I think, is a safe way to characterize things in this highly unusual election. Ian, you've got some results.
Well, let's go to Saskatchewan, where things are more stable and the counting has almost, well, if not been completed, at least the picture is a lot clearer there. And if you look at the vote change, well, look at the share that the Conservatives have. That will come as no surprise to anybody. The Liberals have increased their vote share by 11 percentage points, but kind of only a moral victory when you consider that is not really translating into a significant change in terms of seats, although even winning one seat in Saskatchewan for the Liberals is significant because it'll be the first time that they've done this since 2015. And the seat we're talking about, and we've mentioned it many times tonight, Desnefe, Mississippi, Churchill River, Buckley Bélanger is going to Ottawa. He's been a provincial Liberal. He's been a provincial NDP MLA. He ran unsuccessfully for the Liberals last time around. Redistribution changed this riding and made it look a lot more favorable for the Liberals. And of course, the Liberals have won there. But in the cities, Regina and Saskatoon, this is a province that does not have a truly urban riding. So the ridings include the suburbs and the city core. Makes it difficult for the progressive parties to beat the Conservatives. And look at Andrew Scheer, the former Conservative leader. No surprise that he's won Regina Capel by a huge margin. And Regina Capel is where the CBC's Adam Hunter is tonight. Adam, I know you're an expert on things political.
So just touching back on oil and gas quick, because like I have a lot of family members who are oil and gas. My cousins who I lived with in Calgary during COVID, because my postdoc was out there. One of them was the president of an oil and gas company, and the other is a head lawyer of compliance on the Trans Mountain Pipeline for. So we had a lot of discussions about oil and gas, and in no way am I under the aspersion that we don't need oil and gas and we can just sort of shut away from it. But like it's, as a long-term solution, I don't know. And that infrastructure doesn't get built quick. When it comes to Pierre's platform, part of the problem was this oil and gas revenue was going to start coming in year one. Building that pipeline from west to east is going to take at least 2 years, 2.5 years to get stuff actually
in Canada. You're talking 10 years, my guy. You're talking 10 years.
If Carney can get Quebec on board and they sort of they change the structure of the sort of bureaucracy of it, where you can use Indigenous and provincial inspections as the first line of inspections, and you can cut down on time, you may be able to cut down a bit. But you're certainly not going to have a pipeline built in the next 6 months. Like, absolutely not. And that's sort of the issue with it, is that it had shorter term revenues than what were actually realistic for the industries he was looking to go into.
Yeah, I just want to get in the comments here. Nick Frost says, I saw Carney kick a kid on the campaign trail. Okay, I feel like that would have made I feel like that would have made front page news if he did. Why you said you were looking for chaos, bro? Take it easy. Take it easy.
Chaos.
You are the chaos. Like, what the hell, dude? Braveheart says PP is bold and loud and maybe an a-hole. Whoa. But I think with him, it feels like what you see is what you get. PP gives me untrustworthy vibes. That is fair. That's why when people say, sorry, Mark Carney gives me untrustworthy vibes. My bad. That's why when people say Mark Carney is not a politician, I'm just like, well, he gets caught in quite a few lies. That's a very politician habit. That's very much the way you'd expect a politician to behave. Lazarus Music says CTV News projects a liberal minority. I think we've learned right now that we shouldn't be listening to CTV anymore.
Yeah, they expected that 39 minutes ago, and it's substantially closer.
Yeah, it is a lot closer. Okay. Yeah. No, so you were asking me about which, so that in my opinion, I think that I think that Poilievre, his platform could have used a little bit of that understanding that we're in dire economic times. Honestly, if I was looking at the economic plans, I would say if everything worked out perfect according to both their plans, I would say Mark Carney has a better plan. He has a more future facing plan. And maybe the most indicative aspect of that was, and this was a direct comparison that I made between the Poilievre platform and the Mark Carney platform. Poilievre had this thing where he was saying he wanted to cut down funding for artificial intelligence in this platform, and I was like, dude. And quite the opposite, Mark Carney had an allocation in his platform for increasing funding for artificial intelligence. So it was like a flip between them. And I mean, we work in the industry, you know that artificial intelligence is the future of productivity, right? So it makes very little sense to me that, well, except obviously he's again banking on the private sector to do the heavy lifting there, but it made very little sense to me. It seemed to me like he was trying to reset Canada back to 2015 or something, which was kind of a feature of his platform. He kept on talking about resetting external consultants to 2015 and all of that stuff. It felt like he was really trying to send Canada back to 2015. So I didn't like that part.
Yeah, I think that, and likely my view is slightly skewed. Obviously, we both did research and received government funding to do so during grad school. Generally, and as someone who works in industry, so like even my product that we're taking to market right now, we're right in the middle of a phase 2 clinical trial that started at a university. And I think that sometimes gets lost when you put too much faith in just private industry, is that sort of the health of innovation and the health of growth in technologies actually really starts at the academic level, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the fundamental research that you may not see how that works out or how that contributes to your life for 20, 30 years. But the groundwork that goes into funding that sort of baseline knowledge that you can build on within artificial intelligence, within chemistry, within sort of medicinal chemistry and biopharma, whatever area you want to look at, it will always have a strong foundation in academic labs and in labs where people are doing their PhDs and their masters and stuff like that. And so if you take away that funding for sort of that fundamental research that can be built on and eventually gets taken up by the private sector and scaled to commercial levels, you really actually slow a lot of the innovation in your country. Like a lot of it does come from that space. And I think that stuff doesn't necessarily show up directly on a company's P&L sheet, profit and loss sheet, but like it's the reality of what drives things forward.
Yeah, and I like to give this example that for a lot of people, we know of all the things that's been built on the internet, but few people realize that the internet was actually a government project, right? But most people see, we see here that Francois Blanchet has just been elected as expected in his riding of Beloit-Chambly. And obviously Mark Carney, we knew he had a big lead in his riding as well.
Jagmeet Singh's in tough.
Yep. It's looking like our guy Jagmeet is not going back there.
What?
He's not going back. That's rough. That's rough. And we see the NDP is dropping quite a bit here. The Liberals are they're a little bit more comfortable than they would have been earlier.
That's very interesting. They thought Elizabeth May was in deep trouble here.
Yeah, but in last minute she hit the ground pretty hard there. She was pounding the pavement today, I hear.
Because I heard that she was like in a 50-50 split. She was going to be really in tough.
Nick Frost says countries go into spiral now that Carney has the lead. Nick, I need to know who you're supporting.
You vote Carney. You're.
I don't know who you're supporting anymore. You got me confused. Like, what is going on, dude? What is going on? Let's go back to the CBC. Let's hear what's up. So why are you then going waffling? Why are you waffling, dude? Wednesday Dale says, I highly doubt Pierre will lose his riding. Me too. I don't think he loses. But let's go back to the CBC.
Someone can dream, okay?
The advanced polls where the Liberals are believed to have dominated. Anthony Germain has gone from hundreds of votes back to just under dozens of votes ahead. He's got a 23 vote lead over Jonathan Rowe right now with 268 of 270 polls reporting. We've seen some change, for example, in Nova Scotia, where Sean Fraser has moved out to a pretty big lead right now, almost 2,000 votes. But Miramichi, Grand Lake is flipping back and forth in New Brunswick, and this is all on the advanced polls. And that's going to be something we've got to watch in the GTA, for example. Rosie, as I was saying earlier, the Liberals are down about 10 seats in Ontario. There's a lot of advanced votes, they think, still to be counted in a lot of these ridings where they are losing. The vote efficiency you would expect with them being in the 44% or wherever it is in the popular vote is not quite showing up because they're winning these seats by bigger margins. And a lot of the NDP loss, essentially what's happened is like the Liberal surge and the NDP collapse has elected a lot of Conservatives, or at least has the Conservatives more competitive at this point in time based on the vote splits. But you go back and look at what has happened in Terra Nova, what's happened in Central Nova, the Novas basically, on the East Coast. You're seeing the power of the advance vote coming in and driving results late. So, you know, as we look at the tightening back and forth, as these results come in massive numbers, Carleton, for instance, the Pierre Poilievre riding, 43,000 advanced votes in a single riding there. So there's numbers like that in the tens of thousands right across the country.
And to that end, look at what's going on now at the bottom of your screen. Things have changed pretty dramatically again. Now the Liberals shooting back up to 163 and the Conservatives dropping down to 146, the NDP dropping there as well. So that shows you a little bit, again, how fluid things are still at this hour. What the heck time is it? 11:30 Eastern. Polls have all been closed since 10 o'clock Eastern, an hour and a half in. Yes, we've said who's going to form government, but because those numbers continue to shift around a lot, because of the way this election has unfolded, really being a race between the two main parties, that is where we're at tonight. Still lots of movement there, and still not able to make a call on what kind of government you will end up with by the end of this night, or who knows, maybe early into tomorrow morning. Let's go to this result, though, that has been projected elected. Here it's coming. There you go. And that is in the riding of University Rosedale. Chrystia Freeland has been projected elected with a significant lead, more than 8,400 votes. And Chrystia Freeland joins me now. Congratulations to you, Chrystia Freeland.
Thank you, Rosie Barton.
How are you feeling about where the Liberal Party is tonight? Yes, you're going to form government again. Not sure what kind of government, but what do you make of what has been a remarkable turnaround?
I think it's a remarkable turnaround, Rosie. You know, I look back to where we were as recently as December, and you know as well as I do that at that point, people had totally written us off. People were even talking about whether the Liberals would retain official party status. And right now, you are talking about what the strength of our government will be. So to me, that is a remarkable comeback. And I really want to say kudos to our Prime Minister, Mark Carney, who showed in his few weeks as Prime Minister that he is totally up to the job. And he has been a remarkable campaigner. So this is a great night for the Liberal Party. It's a great night for Canadians. What I have experienced in my own riding, supporting 27 other candidates in Ontario and places like Saskatchewan, is Canadians recognized that this was a critical moment for our country. Canadians understood that the ballot question is who can fight for Canada, who can stand up to Donald Trump. And the answer is the Liberal Party and Mark Carney.
How much responsibility do you take for where we are at tonight? Because one could argue that part of your move to quit is what triggered Justin Trudeau's resignation, Mark Carney's arrival. Do you take any solace in that difficult decision given where you are tonight?
You know, Rosie, obviously I did not have a crystal ball on that morning when I took the really tough decision to resign from the cabinet, but I knew it was the right thing to do. I didn't know what would happen next, but I knew that we were headed in the wrong direction and that I had to do something about it.
Why are you guys shitting on
And
Christia,
I knew it was
guys?
the right thing
Why
then.
are you shitting on
I'm
Christia?
delighted by our party's
Come
comeback.
on, you guys.
And really grateful
Nick Frost,
to
you know better than to talk
all
about a
of the
woman's height. What do you mean?
liberals who have
What do you
come
mean
out
by
and
that?
worked so
What
hard
do you mean
for
by
this
that?
result. I've seen in my own campaign and campaigns across the country, people really getting this is an existential moment for Canada and showing up and working hard and showing, democracy, it's a noun, but we have to make it a verb. So for me, this campaign has been a really joyous experience and a moment when I have been so proud of Canada, so proud to be Canadian, and felt this real
Bloody hell,
palpable
Nick.
wave of
You are the
patriotism.
chaos tonight.
Now we need to harness that patriotism and use it to unite our country and to build our
the hell,
country.
dude?
And I know that that is what Mark Carney's government is going to do.
Okay, Christia Freeland, thank you for making the time on this busy night for you. Congratulations. We will speak again soon, I'm sure. Thank you.
All right, let's come back. Come back. Nick Frost, what a win tonight.
Going off.
This is going on. But let's go back. Let's go through the comments here. Okay.
That is cool.
Wensleydale is saying that one's pretty close in Eglinton and Lawrence there in Ontario. Wensleydale says, I think I've read this before, though, but you say, I highly doubt Pierre will lose his riding. They are reporting 12 out of 200 plus something polls. That is true. Liberal again in Brampton. No, but that's pretty close too. That's pretty close. Braveheart was talking about Christia's voice. That is where one of the people that was shitting on her voice. She said, "Gosh, her voice is grating." I am glad that she isn't the Liberal leader.
Thank God, yeah.
Oh my, she has this tone. Audrey Coco, disloyal conservative. You're back. You're showing your face again. You disappeared for a bit there when it wasn't looking good. Don't come out here and be like I knew it all along. Don't be like that. Don't be that person. You left and now you're back like, oh, it's not over. Come on, Audrey. Anyways, if you're new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe. Just find that subscribe button. Nick Frost says exactly. Canada still out. Come on, dude. Audrey Coco says I am special. Are you now? Okay. All right. Anyways, so on the I want to go back to this though. I wanted to get your opinion about this. So last week there was a video. Audrey Coco special, you guys. You guys in the chat, let her know how special she is. So last week, apparently the CBC did a thing where obviously you realize that the Trump topic wasn't front page news for a few weeks, right? Because Trump wasn't talking a lot about Canada.
Yeah.
And then suddenly I saw like it was like maybe 8 days ago, maybe 10 days ago now. The CBC went to one of the press conferences that Caroline Leavitt, Trump's press secretary, was giving.
Yeah.
And they thought it was somehow a good idea to ask the press secretary why he hasn't called Canada the 51st state for a while. And I thought that was a wild question to ask. I thought it was a dumb question to ask. I thought they shouldn't have done that. But I've been told by a lot. Audrey Coco says, but be respectful, I am a crony. Nick Frost says Liberal voters are the special ones. Come on. Anyways,
voter Nick.
Anyways, so I wanted to say, well, what did you think about the CBC going and asking about why Trump hasn't called Canada the 51st state? Although that was before last week when he kind of.
So it's an interesting one. So the idea is, did they kick the hornet's nest, or sort of what was going on? So what I would say is, if you listen to the follow-up from the CBC, their thing was, we are stunned we even got allowed to ask a question, because the CBC has never been given the right to ask a question at any of those. So I guess I have a little bit of like, they haven't been allowed.
Whoa! Just hold on a minute. So you sorry about the interruption there,
And
Kevin.
this is a riding that
You
so
guys
far,
know
the
about
NDP
Aaron Gunn. You
candidate,
guys
who's
remember
not the
Aaron
incumbent,
Gunn?
has managed to hold on to more or less the share that
Wow.
the NDP had last time around. But still, Conservatives in the lead by just over 500 votes, Rosemary.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you for that, Ian. I'm going to show a couple.
So Aaron Gunn is actually an interesting case. We'll come back to that talk about the CBC and the White House. But Aaron Gunn is interesting because you guys might remember the controversy with a certain contestant talking about residential schools and the incidents around like indigenous people not being a genocide. And I had thought at the time that was at the very least not a politically expedient thing to say, right? I had expected he'd get washed out, and I had expected that decision by Poilievre to keep him was going to turn out to be a bad decision. He's leading. I mean, you could also argue that his riding there is pretty. They have a strong conservative presence there, so maybe that's why. Maybe I guess the only reason it's competitive is possibly because of what he said. I don't know. Are you familiar with that riding, Kevin?
I am. I was very much hoping that the NDP would hold on to that one because, yeah, you know what? It doesn't surprise me that the North Island would go conservative. I'm honestly a bit surprised that they haven't previously. It's sort of a weird NDP rural community, almost like Powell River's not rural, but like, you know what I mean, sort of small town.
Yeah.
But yeah, his comments were pretty ugly. I'm a little bit surprised that the NDP and Liberal voters didn't come together and be like, all right, guys, we got to band together on this one.
Yeah. That was a very odd thing to say, and I'm quite surprised that with all the candidates that the Conservatives were dropping left and right, the fact that they kept Aaron Gunn on was very interesting.
I agree. I was stunned with everyone they were asking to step away that they didn't ask him.
Yeah. Anyways, so you were telling me about how you felt about the whole CBC question at the White House.
So I took it a little bit more that, this was the first time the CBC were allowed to ask a question at any of these. And really, there hasn't been much Canada news coming out of the US, like outside of the regular news channels. Like if you watch some Fox, you watch some MSNBC, it's sort of like ongoing trade and sort of what's happening. But the rhetoric from the White House has very much changed since that first call with Carney. Like until all of a sudden yesterday, where he called us the 51st state again. Like ever since that call, it was suspiciously quiet. So yeah, I don't know if it was kicking the hornet's nest or if it was, their first time they ever actually got to ask Caroline Levitt a question, and sort of the only real focus of Canadian media on the White House right now is what is the president's position on tariffs in the 51st state comments? Like, do Canadians really care to ask the U.S. government any other questions right now? So,
my thing is, I didn't have a problem with the question of tariffs, right? Yeah. I didn't have a problem with the question of tariffs. My problem was, did we? Personally, I did not want the answer to does Trump still consider the prospect of Canada becoming the 51st state? It's a non-starter, right? And I think that as a country, part of And you'll notice, I don't know if you saw that video of that. If you saw that video, I made a video out of it. But the moment that question got asked, you could see the amusement on Caroline Levitt's face as she answered that question. That pisses me off.
No.
Because you can tell that beyond Elizabeth May is projected elected in her riding in Sanish on the Gulf Islands here, but you could tell that they are entertained by the fact that this bothers us, right?
Yeah, but they are starting to feel the consequences of that, though. Like, it might be entertaining to the White House, but the U.S. itself is starting to feel those consequences.
Yeah, but at the same time, that concept of, I mean, sure, but that concept of them having fun at our expense and us encouraging that by asking the question is it bothers me that way. And I think the beyond the fact that we're letting them have fun. I mean, do you know how disrespectful it is that? And I played I read the tweet, that the Truth Social post that Trump made earlier today. And if you guys didn't get that, if you guys hadn't joined when I read that, let me see if I can find that Truth Social post for you guys.
That was hard to read.
Like, do you know how disrespectful it is that he would do that on the day of our election? And like, why would you, like, listen to this real quick. Tell me if this doesn't just grind your gears. Donald Trump says, "Good luck to the great people of Canada. Elect the man who has the strength and wisdom to cut your taxes in half, increase your military power for free to the highest level in the world, have your car, steel, aluminum, lumber, energy, and all other businesses quadruple in size with zero tariffs or taxes. If Canada becomes the cherished 51st state of the United States of America, no more artificially drawn line from many years ago. Look how beautiful this landmass would be. Free access with no border." like all positives with no negatives. It was meant to be. America can no longer subsidize Canada with hundreds of billions of dollars a year that we have been spending in the past. It makes no sense unless Canada is a state. Like, to say that on the election day.
I don't know if he's just intentionally lying because his base is too dumb to pick up on it or what. But this idea of trade deficits being subsidies, it makes me so angry every time because it's so dumb.
Yeah,
like, you get something for your money. A subsidy is like a gift. It's not like you don't get it. It's just
yeah, no, and that's the thing. It pisses me off because you could see the joke of it when like with the reciprocal tariffs. did you see the math that they did there? The little kooky math that they did there?
Dude, nice.
I was just like, what the bloody hell? So my thing there, my problem with what the CBC did wasn't just about like them kicking the hornet's nest. Well, there is that, but there's the fact that question, the potential. Killer B, I've missed you, man. Where have you been? Killer B says, lads, is it Poilievre? Jeez, you liberals are being incorrigible you guys are just being absolutely wild in the comment section tonight. Okay, don't worry. Okay, it's not over until it's over. The Conservatives can still get this really close. They might not win, but it's not looking like they'll win though. To be fair.
If they're not picking up a whole bunch of seats, like being in the lead in a whole bunch of seats as we go deeper here, because I mean, every campaign has said almost a huge proportion of the early voting is going to be Liberal. If they're not starting to pick up more and more seats in the next hour or so, it's going to be
it's gonna be rough for them still. Right?
A rough evening for them.
Okay, killer. Nick Frost says, let me get to Nick Frost. Nick Frost says, if you do enough hard drugs, maybe Pierre won. I can't deal with you. I can't deal with you. What is this? Killer B47
We
says,
just read it, or you just read it.
"Oh no! I haven't. I haven't. I just the one I read was Nick Frost, who says if you do enough hard drugs, maybe Pierre won.
No, but the Truth Social post.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. I guess Killer. Oh, I hadn't reached that one. So Killer B, I just read the Trump Truth Social post from this morning. I guess you hadn't joined yet at that time. But no, we reacted with a lot of with a lot of annoyance at the fact that Trump keeps not just disrespecting our country, but the disrespect to insert himself into election day. And what to finish that point when I was talking about the CBC there, here's the thing: knowing that this Trump thing is turning into the ballot question, I thought it was very loose of them to play it like that. Because that if we and I'll get your opinion here, if we categorize what Danielle Smith did in talking to Breitbart, I don't know if you saw that interview, or if you heard that interview.
Sure did.
If we categorize what Danielle Smith did in requesting that the U.S. hold off on tariffs to let us get through an election, if we categorize that as her trying to interfere in the election and interfere in the electoral process, knowing that the Trump thing was turning into the ballot question, I would put the CBC asking that question to the White House 8 days to election day. I would put that on the same level as election interference. Now, the other side of that, and I've gotten this kind of feedback from people, is that, well, the CBC happens to be a media organization. Well, they should know better. In my mind, they should know better. They should know that how much this question has the potential to influence the election here, right? Especially this election. That's my opinion. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that I sort of stand by what I said. I'm not sure that the question was necessarily that deep. I mean, you can sort of go revisionist history. Was it the right idea to ask it? Was it not? I sort of stand by what I said at the beginning, that like what else would a Canadian news outlet ask at the White House right now? Like, the only real things that we're interested in coming out of the administration right now is what is its stance on tariffs and what is its stance on Canada's sovereignty, because that's realistically the only things coming through. So I guess the question would be, would you have preferred them to, what is the question that you would prefer them to have asked? Or do you prefer they would have just sent a camera person and just been a silent observer? Like, what else would we ask of that administration?
Given the chance to ask questions, tariffs, the auto sector is getting smashed right now. They've got tariffs on steel and aluminum, those kinds of things. So sort of what Trump is looking to see in a potential negotiation, that's an open question. What is the room for negotiation? Like, what is the ultimate end game with regards to Canada? Those are potentially questions that I would have loved to see asked. I don't think and sorry, you wanted to say something, Kevin?
Well, I was just going to say, though, like, when you listen to what Caroline Leavitt is saying most days, she directly contradicts what Trump says on tariffs, right?
That she does.
You look at the Scott Bessent points and Trump's about China, and it's not going to be like this forever. We're going to negotiate, and then they send her out there 20 minutes later, and she says there's no plan to remove any tariffs. And it's like, what the hell is going on? Do you guys even talk to each other? Like,
we know where they talk to each other. They talk to each other on Signal Chat and invite journalists in there. That's what they do.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I don't. I guess where I don't necessarily care as much on the tariff. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't say I don't care. The tariffs were put in place, and then the sort of next round of tariffs that got announced, he left Canada alone. And so, like, people say, oh, there was a reprieve. It's like, well, all the early stuff is still on there. But from a tariff perspective, nothing has really changed since, February or March 1st. So and his tariffs that are coming are more focused on other countries right now. We've sort of got him to accept that the USMCA goods should be untouched. So Canadian tariffs, the auto sector is getting hammered right now.
Yeah.
For sure. And that's having negative consequences both sides of the border. I mean, we're seeing Subaru pull out of the US as of just a couple days ago, saying it's not worth doing business here anymore. And you're seeing Carney make moves essentially saying, hey, if you keep a plant open in Canada, you'll be exempt of any tariffs of coming back across the border in our direction.
Yeah.
But he hasn't moved a lot on what his position on Canadian tariffs are since that first wave came into play. So I'm not sure that there is a lot of movement with respect to tariffs on Canada. Now, he started to ramp that up again. He's now starting to talk about, levying even more tariffs on the auto industry. Pharmaceuticals is an interesting one. I actually agree with the US making tariffs on pharmaceuticals. Like I said, it can be a targeted thing. But yeah, he hasn't moved much on that. So I don't know.
Yeah, I know you're in that industry, but specifically on pharmaceuticals, why would you agree with more targeted tariffs on pharmaceuticals?
Easier for what's left of the FDA, easier for the FDA to do quality control and safety checks, less likelihood of rip-off generics. So I think if they can control that entire supply chain in the US, that is a highly talented workforce. Realistically, there's not a whole lot of reason for it to even be outside the US because it's expensive no matter where you do it. I think that is an industry that I understand why the US would want to have it there, especially because the US is still the R&D engine of the world when it comes to the pharmaceutical industry. It's something like 52% of all R&D money is spent in the US. So if you're going to be the global hub for all the development and discovery, you might as well also be for the manufacturing side of things.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Okay, well, let's see if I can catch up with the chat here. If there's anything new, Isa says it seems the red wave is stronger. Well, this is not really a wave, man. Come on, this is not a wave. This is just this. They're leading, they're leading, but it's looking like it's going to end up in we're going to end up in a liberal minority, which, by the way, is exactly what I said would happen.
If you take where they were in November, this is a tidal wave.
Yeah, they'll take
this government. No, it's not really.
They'll take this. I want to know though, in your history of watching elections, would this be the biggest fumble is this the biggest fumble you've ever seen across the world in an election from Pierre Poilievre, if this holds?
Across the world.
And you guys at home too, get in the chat. Let me know what compares to this. Because this is probably the biggest fumble I have ever seen. I have never seen this turnaround before.
Yeah, it might be. Like it very much might be.
And more so, while you guys are thinking about it, I'm curious. Killer B47 said it's gonna be the biggest fumble if PP loses Carlson. Yeah, that would make it an even worse fumble, if we're being honest.
I would say not necessarily the first time Trump got elected, but
you think that was a fumble by Hillary?
No, not in the general election. I think in the Republican primary, it was a fumble. Because they did not figure out how to deal with him until way too late.
Who ran against him actually?
There was like 15 people. There was
but who was the I know, I mean, this one was Ron DeSantis, right? And Ron DeSantis kissed the ring real quick. But who was it that time?
It was a Bush. Bush, I think, was
Jeb Bush?
Jeb was in there. Rubio was in there. There was like 15. It was a huge pool, but he was polling at like 3% when the first debate came into play.
Yeah.
And he went from 3% to 80% in like 2 weeks. And the fact that even the people in Congress were saying, like, this guy's an idiot. We cannot have this guy in place. What are we doing? We should bar him from running. And you went from that to them bending the knee over the course of like 2 months. I'm not sure how the hell they lost control of their party so fast, but that, I guess that would be the only one I would say as like a tidal wave of like you're 30 points behind and you somehow just boom, you're right in the way.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I want to know though, what is it about Trump that seems to like? I mean, even in the last election, you saw that there was this wave of young men, and we're young men, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it about Trump that attracts young men so much?
I'm gonna put a bit of a race divide in this one.
Okay.
Because it was young men, but it was very specifically young white men that flipped very, very hard back Republican. And I think that it has to do something to do with conversations we have around DEI policies.
Yeah.
And I think there are a couple of things that are wrong with it. One, I think that we talk about equality and equity like they're the same thing. They certainly are not. They are very, very different things, but we tend to conflate the two. So equality would be, an example would be if you were a manager at work and you had 3 6-hour projects in a day to disperse to 3 employees. And one was a super high achiever, one was a medium achiever, and one was a low performer. And they all had 6 hours to complete the project. And you, as a manager, had to help them all accomplish it, but you had to split up your time accordingly.
Yeah.
Equality would be giving each person 2 hours. You give the same amount of focus to your high performer that you do to your medium performer, that you do to the lowest performer in your group, and then wonder why the reports aren't, or the projects aren't all done up to snuff. That's equality. You gave them all the exact same amount of attention. That's exactly what you're looking at. Equity is, I know my high performer can do this. I'm only spending 30 minutes with them today. My medium performer needs a little more guidance, but more or less they can do it themselves. I'm spending an hour and a half with them today. My lower performer needs a lot of damn help to get this done. So I'm going to focus 4 hours of my resources on this person. So it's focusing resources to rise all tides to the same same level.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's a bad thing. I actually think that's a great, DEI initiatives can be really great things. The problem came in that if you questioned it, you were called a Nazi, you were called a bigot, you were told that you were part of the problem, you were all these things. So what you had was you had a bunch of, this is not a pity party for young white men at all, but like you had a bunch of white men who saw this tidal wave coming in, and the conversation was, well, how do I fit? I support this, I'm genuinely supportive of this, but how do I fit? And by asking that question, they were called a whole bunch of names. They were told to just shut up and sit down, that white men are the problem of the world. And when you're told that all the time, here comes this sort of loud, arrogant social media star, not really a kind of shit business person, but for whatever reason, people think he's a good business person, who says you should be unapologetically who you are, you know, get rid of this DEI stuff just based on merit. And that entire sort of subsection that grew up being told, sit down and shut up, the time of the young man is over, all of a sudden quietly goes to the booth and is like, oh, like I can go back to being in charge. Like I can sort of say stuff, I can do what I want to do. And it gave you a bit more freedom. And I think, like, if you went to the Democrat site in the US, They have initiatives for every single group.
But white white men, right?
And so effectively, if you're going to tell an entire group that they're the center of all evil and that their problems don't matter, like things like male suicide, things like young men falling behind in school.
Sorry, one sec. Nachata Singh, it would be helpful if you typed in English. I don't speak Hindi, I think is what language you're typing there is. Help me out, okay? Carry on, Kevin.
Yeah, but so, like when no one's listening to their problems and willing to listen to them, if you're then going to turn around an election and be like, why aren't you standing up for women's rights? Why aren't you standing up for immigrants' rights? Why aren't you standing up for LGBTQ plus rights? All these things, those people are going to look at you and be like, well, because you don't seem to give a fuck about my rights or about problems that I face. Like, why am I looking out for you if you don't want to look out for me? So I think that was the major problem of the Democratic Party, is that I think the extreme left and extreme right behave actually the exact same way.
Yeah.
It's just the far left has this moral superiority of progressive ideals.
Yeah.
Whereas the far right has this sort of moral inferiority that's very regressive. But the way that they attack people and the way that they handle conflict is actually nearly identical. So I think that's where they lost it.
Yeah, I thought it was, as you say, the way they handle conflict is very identical. I love how people went. The people were saying, "Oh, the Democrats were censoring people. They were canceling people, and the Trump and MAGA people are doing the exact same. They're literally disappearing people off the streets."
Yeah.
And shipping them off to a foreign country. They're threatening to take citizens and send them off to a foreign country. And they're like, oh, look at that.
Well, it's not just that. So if we go back to when I first joined, and when I said one thing I don't like about the conservative social platform is really how they view.
Oh, Jamil Javani just got. You guys might know Jamil Javani. Big with the conservatives, but it's nice to see he got elected there. Sorry, carry on, Kevin.
No, I was just saying, like, this demonization of expertise and sort of this sloughing it in the face of really, we feel it as scientists, as doctors, and stuff like that. But as scientists, we definitely played a role in that. Actually, we played a big role in that. And I think that COVID was sort of the issue, and conservative people aren't going to be happy to hear this. My postdoc was actually working for the World Health Organization on COVID. That's in Calgary for. And so I had to be very well read on everything. I had to understand everything. Yeah. But the further I got away from it, the more I realized that telling people to do your own research was maybe the most damaging thing that we could say to people.
Mm.
And the reason I say that is that, one, if we keep it about science to start with, and then we'll go to the broader internet as a whole.
Yeah.
Science is, if you tell people to just try and do their own research in science, well, you have your first problem. As you know, most scientific papers are behind a paywall.
Yeah.
Unless you go to a university, you can't actually access the information.
That is true. That is true.
And then second is, even if you can access the information, science is becoming so multidisciplinary, so complex, that unless you've been trained on how to actually read scientific literature, you can't. You can't hand a paper to just anyone and they're going to be able to understand it. It doesn't work like that. So that's sort of the first problem. Then the second problem is, okay, then where do you turn? So not a lot of people have access to experts, right? The average person can't just type an email to a virologist, an immunologist, a medical doctor, and just get on-demand answers from them, right? They either don't know them or they didn't have the time of day to do shit like that, just reply to every single email.
Yeah.
So then you get to your last spot, which is the internet as a whole. And the internet, for all its amazing things, we have access to way more information than we know how to handle.
We also have access to way more trash, if we're being honest.
But that's exactly it, right? So you and I are trained on how to actually look for legitimacy, right? You read it, it can sort of immediately sound off. You can get there, but you look at what type of website is this? Is this a research paper? Is this a blog post? Is this Wikipedia? Okay, what are the references? Are the references real? Who's the author? Look up the author. Is it a legitimate person? Like, we can go through those steps, but the average person doesn't have the time, the attention span, or the training to actually do that type of research on what they're reading. So it's really easy to fall prey to this stuff. So we told them to go out and do their research, but they didn't have the tools available to them to actually do that research. And then you run into the type of programming where they just they believe the first thing that sort of punches them in the gut or someone they trust says to them. And that puts us in sort of this dangerous spiral of misinformation, Facebook headlines, who's actually an expert, who's not an expert. And we, in a way, played a role in that because we just told people to go about it their own way, and they sort of fucked it up.
Yeah, I've got a follow-up question for you on that, actually. But I'll catch up on the chat first. Killer B47 says the social media online political ecosystem is dominated by the right wing, and for lots of young people who are terminally online. Okay.
Yes. I agree with that.
Wednesday Dale is out, and he'll catch up with us tomorrow. Thanks for joining us, Wednesday. Killer B47 says,
exactly. I love you. You are hyping me up.
Natura, apparently you said hello yourself. Killer B47 says piss poor liberal messaging is I guess that's your explanation for how the Trump and the MAGA movement took over. But here's my pushback though. And it's a pushback, partly it's also a question. Lazarus is saying I was right. Yes, I was. I told you this is the night I become a legend. The guy that predicted the election. Anyways, and I predicted it from well over a week ago. So I saw that. Anyways, I'll make a video showing off just how good I was and how right I was, but not on this one. I'm not going to brag on this one. But my question for you though was this, right? Part of the problem that followed the whole COVID thing was with the media and with the control of information. It seemed like alternative opinions about, say, the vaccine and the need for a vaccine was like there was this control of the message, so that the message that everybody heard in this time of a pandemic was essentially vaccines are good and there's little to no side effects, right? And the alt message that the other side and some more obscure scientists were talking about was essentially the alt message that the more obscure scientists were saying was something like, well, as you get from RFK, who is not a scientist, but is that vaccine injuries are a real thing, which is true. Vaccine injuries are a thing. But also there's also parts of that where you'll say that herd immunity is also a thing, although we also emphasize the need for vaccines being a more safer approach as against like waiting for herd immunity, right? Mm-hmm. So do you think that the government trying to control that narrative was problematic like that?
No. I guess, like, do you call it control or be consistent?
Well, so I guess my point is that did Killer B says, I say control that Killer B says, I'm like, he says, you say controlled, I say it was consensus.
Yeah, so I say consistent. Like, I guess the question is, what, like, they were bringing on like people from Bio, which is the biggest nonprofit organization in the world. They run a whole bunch of conferences and stuff like that. So the CEO of them, who's an MD, PhD, she was on there. They were bringing on experts from universities. They were bringing on experts from pharma. Like, it was a fast evolving situation, and in a way, we were learning on the go. About how fast the virus would mutate, how well would the vaccines work against different strains of the virus. But I mean, overall, as far as controlling the narrative, I would say that in bringing on experts and bringing and sort of the government legislators, they were consistent on their message.
Okay. Yes, you're right that in the end it was consistency. As I said, I obviously try and ask questions from different perspectives. My point here is not, I understand that I've said this particular point a lot on the show, which is the fact that we're dealing with a situation that wasn't necessarily well understood, or something that we had a lot of experience with dealing with, like a virus that was fast moving. So like, I understood it from that perspective, that the government needed to take action, and that was the action they took.
Well, I think that it's good to ask questions. I'm not asking people to just take a news anchor's word for it. What I'm saying, and what the earlier point was if you have that question, knowing where to find the right information about it is something that a lot of people don't have. And so when people have questions, they turn to the internet, and they don't really have that ability to really decipher what's the right information, what's the wrong information. So they start leaning on their gut, they start leaning on sort of other people. So like, I got no problem with people who have questions. Like, I'll give you an example of one that I got asked recently, is that someone sent me something that said the state of Kentucky is suing Pfizer because of the number, because there were 1 million adverse events around the world to the vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to give you sort of a little bit of context. When you're running a clinical trial, you have an adverse events table, right? And an adverse events table will be everything from like nausea. So for COVID, it would be like nausea, headache, fever, pain in the arm, tiredness, chest pain, stuff like that. So you'd have a list of things that are what are common side effects. And then you gauge it from grade 1 to grade 5, essentially. But usually you say things that are grade 1 and 2, no problem. If you're seeing a lot of events that are grade 3 or worse, you got a really big problem. So if someone got a shot from COVID and they're like, damn, my arm's sore the next day, that's an adverse event. If someone got the COVID vaccine and they got a fever, it was like, okay, that's actually a good thing. If you got a fever after the COVID vaccine, that actually is a good thing. That means your immune system was working properly, but that's an adverse event that goes up in the table. And so when you're in different industries, you have different tolerances for that. So I'm in cancer. We're developing a treatment for metastatic colorectal cancer, so colon cancer. Where we're developing it, our sort of threshold for what is too much is if our grade 3 and worse adverse events cross about a 60% threshold. So in cancer is pretty nasty. The threshold's pretty high that you can get away with.
Yeah.
But
I'm going to have to interrupt you. It looks like they're going to the conservative thing here. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's all good.
Very much being discussed in this room, and yes, they are losing. They're aware that they're losing. However, they're happy. Well, I wouldn't say they're happy, but they're encouraged by their gains that they've made. They're encouraged by the amount of popular vote that they're getting. But of course, one thing that's hanging in this room is that Pierre Poilievre has not won his seat yet. In fact, he appears to be trailing in his seat. We are hearing that he is set to talk in a few minutes, but they did play the Jamil Jabani interview here at the same time. Obviously, it was on the CBC broadcast, and there was a lot of applause in the room for the things that he was saying. There was a lot of hollering and cheers from the people in this room who feel that Doug Ford's interventions in this campaign were not helpful, and they did not advance the Conservative cause in this very competitive election. So this ongoing rift appears to still be taking place within this party, and we'll be watching to see how it manifests over the next few days.
Okay, Kate McKenna, thank you so much for that. I'm going to now go to Ian Hannah-Mansing, who's got some results. Ian.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at Greater Vancouver and see how the NDP are doing there in terms of seat change, first of all. So we'll put that up on the screen, I hope, or if we don't, then I will, yeah, there we go. So this is vote change in Greater Vancouver, and you see the Liberals are up, the Conservatives are up. This is a pattern we've seen in other parts of the country as well, and you can see that this is at the expense of the NDP. Now, hours ago, when we looked at New Brunswick, this kind of vote change didn't really affect seats at all, but in Greater Vancouver, it is affecting seats. Let's take a look, first of all, at Port Moody, Coquitlam. This was more or less a three-way race in 2021. This time around, the NDP has plummeted from having won this riding. Bonnie Zerillo is the incumbent MP. You can see she's not only in third place, she's in a distant third place, and it's put the Conservatives in first. Arguably, the progressive vote, the left of center vote, has been split just enough between the NDP and the Liberals to allow the Conservatives to come up through the middle. And take a look at this. New Westminster, Burnaby, Millardville. Peter Julian, one of the mainstays of the NDP for so many years. He's been the MP here since 2004, and he is in third place. And again, easy even for me to do the math. Between the Liberals and the NDP, if someone had been able to consolidate those numbers on the center left, that would easily win. But in both of those cases, Rosemary, at this point, arguably, it has allowed, once again, the Conservatives to come up through the middle. Now, those aren't elected yet, but it is interesting, and it helps explain why the numbers look the way they do, particularly in BC at this point in the evening.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. I want to go back to Jason Kenney, if I can, just to ask you this question. Shortly we're going to hear from Jagmeet Singh. That's the little box there at the bottom of your screen. So we're also going to bring in Randall Garrison in a moment.
I want to hear from
so we can
Jagmeet.
respond to some of what Mr. Singh is saying. But if Pierre Poilievre ends up with a bigger number of seats than the last vote, 149, 150, put aside whether he's going to win his riding, where he is still trailing, but put that aside. How does the Conservative Party view that? Does he have the ability to stay? What do you think is going to happen there? And then if you want to throw in the thing about the riding, I don't know whether this is real, but he hasn't led at all night.
Yeah, well, look, I can't comment on the riding.
Sure.
I will just say that I think Mr. Poilievre, if he decides to stay as leader and leader of the opposition, he will have overwhelming support to do so. I don't see any faction or group within the party egging for a new leadership. I think the party realizes changing leaders every 3 or 4 years is counterproductive. And I think, on the merits here, right now, 42% of the popular vote nationally. The last time the Conservatives achieved that was under Brian Mulroney 37 years ago in 1988. Growth in new cohorts of supporters in a broader Conservative coalition that includes younger voters than typical, apparently doing very well in communities of new Canadians. And one of the most interesting things, I talked earlier about the sort of blue collar swing that we seem to be observing towards Conservatives. Conservatives are winning in Windsor, Tecumseh, Windsor West, one of the Sudbury seats. We almost won Hamilton. We're competitive in Hamilton Centre. I've never seen that. These are long time traditional NDP. So the NDP swing was I know it's fashionable around here to refer to the progressive bloc. A lot of traditional NDP voters wouldn't regard themselves as on the left. They're for the little guy.
Sure.
And Pierre Poilievre has been fighting for the little guy. He's broadened the Conservative coalition in that way, and picked up apparently at least 30 seats. So, and finally, he has been, in my judgment, the most effective opposition leader in our lifetime. Some might say too effective. Such an effective opposition leader that he became typecast as in that role.
Well, and he also got rid of the very things that were going to help him, Justin Trudeau and a carbon tax. I mean, that was his own success brought that to him as
more
well.
than that, look, I mean, I heard my friend Arif here dismissively referring to Mr. Poilievre's three-word slogans. Look, he created the issue matrix that has been dominating Canadian politics for the past 2 years around affordability, the cost of living, housing, immigration, much of it represented, yes, by the carbon tax. He's also taken some principled and courageous positions. I think he took on the Liberals on their class warfare baiting on the capital gains tax increase. I believe he's the only leader who in French and English pointedly opposed the Quebec Bill 21 law against religious symbols in Quebec. Did somebody else?
No, don't go there. No. He didn't. He actually has fudged whether he would intervene in the Supreme Court on it. So
I heard his clear opposition to it. So my
he
point,
says he's opposed to it, but he doesn't say
but
what
he
he
would
would
do
do about
about
it.
I think he ran a substantive campaign. He set up the issue set. He helped to defenestrate Justin Trudeau. And he's got the best result for a Conservative leader since 1988.
Okay, and I take all those points, and they're excellent points, and I'm going to let Jagmeet Singh speak in a moment, except that wasn't the bar. The bar was 25 points ahead, and you were going to form government. And you're telling me no one in the party is going to be angry with him?
Oh, there's going to be a desire for sure for a retrospective. And I think any leader after this circumstance should show some humility, should take a step back. And I think the important thing is, does a leader have the ability to learn and to grow? I think we've seen him modify his tone, his approach, his issue focus over the past several months. I think that demonstrates such an ability. He'll have to demonstrate that to the party, but I don't see anybody gunning for his job.
Yeah, I'm not saying his leadership's in any trouble, but he needs to reflect on why he's not going to be prime minister tomorrow, because a large part of it was the leadership. The leader was the biggest liability for the party. The strategy that the party pursued, at least for the first part of the campaign, was clearly wrong. He bears responsibility for that. So he should clearly have to answer some questions to the party.
It's also very dangerous to take for granted for both the Liberals and the Conservatives that the NDP weakness in this election is something that will be permanent. On the contrary, I don't know what Mr. Singh is going to say, but at this point, it's not really hard to imagine that it could be stronger with a stronger leader than it has been over the past 3 elections.
Althea?
Well, the ridings that you mentioned are three-way races, that they're not, that the Conservatives got in through the middle because of the progressive vote splitting. But I get your point, especially in the 905, where I think Pierre Poilievre did a really good job, especially on the crime stuff. I think the reason that he's going to have trouble, whether or not he wants to stay, is the interview that we just saw with Jamil Javani. That aggressive tone really does not sit well with a significant chunk of the caucus that has been reelected. And we will find out as soon as the first caucus meeting whether or not they decide to approve the Reform Acts, and the caucus gives itself the power to decide whether or not Pierre Poilievre stays. And I think that will be a way for them to negotiate, because I think there are things that they would like. One MP called it the end of the reign of terror. Basically, they want Jenny Byrne gone, and if the result is low enough, they will set conditions to say, you want to stay, well, these are the changes we want to see.
Okay, quickly, Mr. Kenney, because I'm going to go to Mr. Singh.
Yeah, I would say, look, I think there are legitimate questions around tone.
Yeah.
And I think, amongst other things, if he had made an effort to more clearly position to auditioning for the role of prime minister rather than opposition leader late last year, it could have been marginally helpful. I don't think it would have changed the fundamental structure of this election in the way things unfolded.
Thank you, Jason Kenney. Let's go to Jagmeet Singh. He's there in his riding in British Columbia. I should tell you that right now, as things stand, Mr. Singh is well behind in his own riding. He is in third with 4,000 votes. The other two far ahead. So things not looking good for him in his own riding tonight. And as we've shown you there, the NDP, not even official party status. Let's listen in live.
Well, good thing he's brought his wife today. He's not brought the OnlyFans girl with him today. Good for him. Good for him.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We're good. Thank you. Thank you. That was very nice, very sweet of you all. Thank you so much. You're gonna get me all choked up here, guys.
He's
Gotta keep it together.
down, I think.
Thank you very much. The love is amazing. I appreciate y'all. Big thank you to Suzanne. She's been with us from the beginning. Huge thank you. Appreciate her so much.
Yeah,
Thank you.
he is taking the NDP from being like a strong party. He has lost them. He has lost seats in every single election he has been leader.
And I know in election parties, night parties across the country, people are gathered. I want to thank them all for all their hard work. They're amazing people gathered together across the country. I want to take a moment to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on his victory. He has an important job to do to represent all Canadians and to protect our country and its sovereignty from the threats of Donald Trump. Tonight and every night, all of us here, we're on Team Canada. We want Canada to thrive, and we're going to continue to fight for Canada.
Is it already over? Like they're saying none of these can still flip?
Oh, you're saying is it already over?
Well, Peggy said he's already won. I still thought some of those ridings were close enough to still flip.
I want to congratulate all the other leaders on a hard-fought campaign. It's been the honor of my life
it looks like
to
they've
represent the
projected
people of
that he's
Burnaby
going to
Central.
win.
Tonight
Just
they
they don't know if it's
Thank
going
you.
to.
Minority and majority.
Yeah.
Tonight they chose a new member of parliament, and I wish them well as they continue to work hard for this community. Obviously, I know this night is a disappointing night for New Democrats. We had really good candidates that lost tonight. I know how hard you worked. I spent time with you. You're amazing. I'm so sorry you're not going to be able to represent your communities. I know you're going to continue to fight for them. I know on how many doors you knocked, how many family dinners you missed, how many nights your kids went to bed without you there to tuck them in. I know it was a tough sacrifice, and I just want to thank, and we can get a round of applause to every single candidate that ran for us. Thank you. Thank all those incredible candidates and their incredible teams, because no candidate can do without a team. The volunteers, the staff, thank you to all those candidates and their incredible staffs. One more time.
He's not a good leader, but Gregory does come across as a good dude.
Oh, yeah.
Choosing to commit your life to politics obviously comes with some sacrifice, but we choose this life because of the chance to change the country we love for the better. We may lose sometimes.
I don't know how long this speech is going to be. I might have to interrupt and get back to talking to the people here.
We're only defeated when we believe that those that tell us that we can never dream of a better Canada, a fairer Canada, a more compassionate Canada. I have met New Democrats from coast to coast to coast who will never back
you're doing
down,
that
even when
thing
they're told
that thing
there's
that
no room for them at the table.
that who what was the I forget his name now.
BB.
That BB was doing in the chat where he was flip-flopping. What do you mean, your lads in the NDP?
We make room for
What do you
everyone
mean?
because we believe that there is enough wealth in Canada for all of us to live the life that
All
we
right,
deserve.
I'm not gonna. I don't know. You guys, let me know in the chat if you want to listen to all this. But for now, I'll mute it. But here's what I want to know. What's the fundamental problem that you had with Jagmeet Singh as leader? What was the problem with Jagmeet Singh as a leader? Because as I said earlier, he lost seats in every single election he went into. So what was so fundamentally unlikable about the NDP under Jagmeet Singh?
I don't think it's an unlikable problem. Like I said, I think in a silo, Jagmeet's actually a really like a likable guy. He's a nice guy. I think that they are directionless. I think he's a good dude. I don't think that he is a great leader. Like I said, what's the party's platform? When I first came into this, I told you, how in the hell do the Liberals beat the NDP to a socialized housing program? Like for the last 10 years, they've been more of a just sort of like a bud on the side of the Liberals, propping them up, than they've been an actual party holding to account and having like a good platform and a direction. So I don't think it's that people hate him. I think that there's just not really a direction there. And there's like, you're supposed to be the Socialist Party. Why don't you have a socialist platform? Good guy, not a good leader. The party itself doesn't seem to have a platform that really gives it an identity.
Yeah, I don't have the history here, but I don't know if you were paying attention during this time. But when they were hugely successful in the early 2000s with Jack Layton, what was the driving factor there for the NDP?
Oh, they were way more on the sort of higher taxes. Healthcare was like the big driver for them. And to be honest, in the early 2000s, sort of even pre-Jagmeet, the NDP were the Conservatives and the Liberals could work together. Like, obviously, that's a very different time. Politics are very different then. And because Conservatives and Liberals could work together and the government could still get stuff done, the NDP had the ability to run as a further left party.
Why the hell is Jagmeet chugging so much water?
I think he's probably trying to stop himself from crying.
Well, that's funny. Sorry, carry on. I was just distracted by how much water the man was chugging.
The New Democrats were very left, and they had that identity, and they held the government to account. And the Liberals and the Conservatives actually used to work together, so they could be the standout party of, we're fighting for the little guy while the Conservatives and Liberals sort of rule. Like, I mean, I'm not sure if you have these in your riding, but I don't even have at this point many call-in signs. I have vote NDP in BC to block the Conservatives. Like, that's your platform right now. Like, if you're in that spot, I don't know what to tell you. Like,
to be fair, some people were saying that is what they should have run with to start with, because in the beginning of the campaign, Jagmeet Singh was talking a game like he wanted to be prime minister, and then when he saw how much trouble the NDP was, he then kind of learned the pivot to kind of be a bit more to try and be a bit more talk about holding the balance of power. I think,
but that's what they did in the last two elections, right? Like, if your goal is just to put the NDP so the Conservatives don't win, just vote Liberal so the Conservatives don't win.
Yeah.
If that's your only purpose, then your party doesn't really have a purpose. We might as well just vote the Liberals and give them a majority. So again, you can say, I understand people who say that, but I think that's coming from a place of retrospect. They had nothing that they were running on, so you might as well have run on the balance of power. But it's really disappointing because they weren't really anything.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where the NDP goes after, because obviously Jagmeet is gonna have to fall on the proverbial sword here and need to find a new cause. So I wonder. It would be interesting to see where the NDP goes after this. I don't feel like there's a clear front runner there to be NDP leader. I haven't heard anything.
No. They have a couple good ones out east. I think that the next NDP leader should probably come from Ontario. they're relying too much on the West Coast right now. I think they need to get a better grip on what's going on in Central Canada.
Yeah, I don't actually know. I think Wab Canoe of Manitoba is NDP, is he not?
Yeah,
I know. People have been talking about how he looks very prime ministerial in his carriage, but I don't know that he can carry that at the national stage.
Yeah,
though.
I would be stunned if he's so popular in Manitoba right now. I cannot see him trying to dip his toe into trying to rebuild the federal NDP unless Manitoba's next provincial election, if he gets kicked out in Manitoba's next provincial election, I could see it. But as long as
if you get kicked out provincially, then you don't want to get kicked out and then go around for national politics. That's not the way you go into national politics, to be fair.
Yes and no. I mean, Manitoba's been pretty conservative most of the time. I think it's reasonably odd that they have an NDP government right now, to me. But
yeah.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Killer B says, ain't that interesting because the Liberals did exactly that. Delta, North Surrey, South Surrey, Richmond are all flipping, and it's wild.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the island too. Like, I don't know what the island looks like right now, but
I don't know. Let's see if I can pull. I don't know if I can pull up the. Yeah. Well, that will have to be part of the debrief later on. I'll make a video maybe in a day or so. Yeah,
I'm looking right now. Ooh.
I think you should be able to share that actually if you want to try and see if you can share.
Yeah. Present. Share screen. What is it? Give me a window. Give me this one. There you go.
Okay, let's see if I can add that here.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to. What I'm gonna do is I'll be off screen for a while, so I'll remove myself so that it can allow us to have more.
Oh,
not letting me do that. Okay, let's remove Jagmeet for now then. All right, here it is.
Okay, so on the island, we have leaning conservative. This is the gun area. Is this your riding, Courtney Alberni?
No. I'm in Coquitlam, Port
You're
Coquitlam.
in Coquitlam.
Yeah.
So they're leaning NDP, but again, the conservatives are not crazy far off. Yeah, Nanaimo Ladysmith. You can see, look at that left split vote, 26-19-19.
Yeah.
And this is one I thought was gonna. Yeah, there's another split vote. They won it with 38.
That's wild. That's wild.
But yeah,
that's a bit of green over there, though. That's a bit of green.
Yeah, this is Elizabeth May over here. This is my parents' riding, actually. I'm surprised this one's as far off as it is. I was at my parents' house this weekend.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of Grant Cool signs kicking around. So I'm actually a little bit surprised by this.
Yeah.
And then this is downtown Victoria. Will Greaves kicked ass.
That is crazy. Let's go back to the CBC here. So I'm just gonna take that down now.
Yeah.
Kevin.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it's looking like it's basically this is how we're gonna settle. There's a little bit of play up and down, but it looks like the Liberals are gonna fall short of a majority there. But Killer B makes a good point though. He's saying maybe we need to prop up the PPC in order to split the rights.
Well, that's the question. Is the Conservative Party going to fracture here because they don't win? If a certain group moves them back to the center, you may find that far right flank that's now over from the PPC goes back to the PPC.
Yeah,
and that's a very serious thing. Yeah, I figured he would. Jagmeet just resigned. I figured he would.
Yeah, no, I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense that he falls on his sword there. It'll be interesting to see, as we said earlier, where and thanks for putting that in the chat, just Eamon. It will be interesting, as we said, to see where the NDP goes out from here. It'll be very interesting. But you know what? I think we're missing the point here, or what we're missing in the discussion here is still. I mean, the Liberals are still, even if they don't win a majority, which is looking like they won't here. It's still crazy considering where they were in December that they've won this. They've somehow turned this around.
Yeah,
and it makes me think, like, for all the problems that we've had with the Liberals, 9 years of GDP going nowhere. What does MBJS mean? I don't know what that means. Are you a millennial or Gen Z person? Why are you popping abbreviations in there? What does MB? I know JS means Jagmeet Singh. Oh, Killer B, thanks for helping me. Are you a millennial? Are you Killer B? Are you a millennial or Gen Z person? Because how do you? I'm suspecting, because you know the meaning of this of the abbreviations there.
Oh, okay. He said NDP just resigned. It said my bad, Jagmeet Singh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways, so what I was getting at there was I think what we're underestimating here is the fact that it's not the fact that the Liberals were able to turn this around with just a switch in leader. I think is kind of wild. It points it says a lot more about how people felt or how people feel about Pierre Poilievre. And I want you to kind of maybe put a finger on that. Like, what was wrong with Pierre Poilievre fundamentally that just made people vote, like, in protest almost, to keep him out of office? Because when you look at his performance in this election, he's done well. Like, relative to some of the recent performances, this might even be an interesting comparison. I mean, we have more seats now, but when you consider the seat share compared to what even Harper won in his majority back in the day, this might not even be that far off, Yeah. So because he was pretty high with the popular vote, it's same as maybe even slightly more than Harper won in his 2011 majority.
Yeah.
So what is it about Pierre Poilievre that makes people just want to keep him out of office? Oh, okay. Let's keep that for a second.
People's support and to show a more personal side of him. Let me show you where Pierre Poilievre is in his riding of Carleton at this hour. Remember, unusual things going on in that riding because of the longest ballot campaign. There are 91 people on the ballot, but Pierre Poilievre has not led once in the course of this evening.
That is crazy.
And the Liberal there, Bruce Banjoy, is ahead by more than 2,000 votes. So that is something to watch for sure. Not calling anything there, but not very encouraging for Mr. Poilievre tonight. Let's listen in.
Merci,
Thank you.
chers Canadiens.
Dear Canadians,
Je vous aime aussi. I love you too. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's with profound gratitude that I stand before you today at the moment of this historic election. Because only in Canada could the story that Anna and I bring to the stage be possible. Adopted son of school teachers and a Venezuelan refugee. Stand on this stage in front of our proud country, offering ourselves up to serve for the future. After millions of people have shown up and marked their X, spoken their voice, and exercised their democratic rights. We could not be more proud. We could not be more grateful for the opportunity the Canadians have given us. Speaking now of Anna, I want to take a moment to thank my incredible wife. She's been by my side. She's my rock.
Come on, KW.
I love
Come on,
and
KW.
cherish you and our little ones more than you'll ever know. And I could not have done any of this without you. Thank you so much. I love you. Now, my message to Canadians. The promise that was made to me and to all of you is that anybody from anywhere could achieve anything, that through hard work, you could get a great life, you could have a nice, affordable home on a safe street. My purpose in politics is and will continue to be to restore that promise.
I'll go through there to the seat.
Thank you. To the candidates who ran under our banner as Conservatives, to the volunteers who knocked on the doors, made phone calls, put up lawn signs, rallied at our events, donated their hard-earned money to our cause, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the millions of people who voted for the Conservative Party and put their hopes and dreams in our vision, thank you. It will be an honor to continue to fight for you and to be a champion of your cause as we go forward. Ça serait un grand honneur de continuer de me
It would be a
battre pour
great
vous,
honor
parce que
to continue to
j'ai fait
fight
l'honneur
for you
d'être votre voix.
because
C'est un honneur
it has
de
been
me
an
battre
honor to
Well,
be your
they're
voice,
saying
to
Carney
fight
versus
for
PP in the
conservative
House.
values,
PP
the
might
values
well be
for
in
which
the
you
House,
voted,
dude.
and it will be an
Someone will give up their seat for him.
I know, right?
try and restore
Still
the promise of
embarrassing, though.
Canada,
They should
that
have put him in
anyone
a
who
different
works hard can have a great life in an
Yeah.
affordable home in a safe community. That is our vision, and we will bring it home.
To my fellow Conservatives, we have much to celebrate tonight. We've gained well over 20 seats. We got the highest share of vote. Our party has received since 1988. We denied the NDP and Liberals enough seats to form a coalition government, meaning...
Oh, yeah, that is true. They're not going to be able
And we
to.
did all of this in a very difficult
Ooh.
environment. That said, we are cognizant of the fact that we didn't quite get over the finish line yet. We know that change is needed, but change is hard to come by. It takes time. It takes work. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country.
Wow. The
Canadians-
block has,
Canadians
yeah, it will be
have
very interesting. The block has come
opted
out of this
for
with a lot of power.
Razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. We'll have plenty of opportunity to debate and disagree, but tonight we come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account. But first, we congratulate people from all political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first.
Yeah,
as we stare
the bloc
down
has
tariffs
has
and
the
other
cards.
irresponsible threats from President Trump. Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister and all parties with the common goal
Yeah, I
of
told you
defending
guys
Canada's
he was
interests
he's
and
very
getting a new
classy. He's a
trade
lot
deal
more
that
classy
puts
than people
these
give
tariffs behind
give
us
him
while
respect for.
protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people. I want to thank my Conservative team, my caucus, my members of the Conservative staff and others who've helped reshape the entire political landscape in this country. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug prices, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate, and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country. But we will not stop there. Every single day, our Conservative caucus and I will be holding the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believed in the message of change. En tant que parti,
As a party, we have definitely expanded our support, and every single day the Conservative caucus and myself will be working hard in Ottawa to force the government to account on behalf of millions of Canadians who decided to vote for real change. I had the honor of crisscrossing this country to speak to thousands of people who shared their concerns, their suffering, their despair with me.
Took precious time out of their day to tell me about their struggles, their pain, their fears, but also their hopes and dreams. Welders and waitresses, farmers and factory workers, seniors, small business owners and single mothers, young Canadians and young families pleading for the chance to own a home, parents who worried that their kids would never be able to move out of their home, grandparents who saw their grandchildren suffering from the shortfalls of our economy, and countless others who are afraid to go outside because of the rising wave of crime. All of these stories touched my heart and gave me inspiration to work towards something better. These people continue to need voices, and I will continue to fight for them every day, and every day we will never give up on fighting for the Canadian people.
Justin Man says, not gonna lie, the slogans make him look fake.
That's
Whoa.
exactly it.
Killer B
We
says,
hear your
Apple
stories.
Team
We will
MAGA.
carry those stories with us into Parliament. We will not forget the people for whom we work and for whom we fight every day. Now, I know that some of you might be disappointed that change did not get over the finish line tonight. Change takes time. Most of all, it requires that we never give up, because our people and our country are worth fighting for. Je vous ai entendu.
I heard you, and I carried your stories with me throughout this campaign, and your stories will remain with me as I fight with my Conservative team to defend you and to advance
Killer
your
B,
interests.
come on. Ask the
To
tax, build the home,
who
lose the election.
desperately need
Killer B
change.
says,
I know that you're disappointed.
Dude.
Change is difficult
Come
and
on.
it takes time,
Send them home.
particularly because we must now never stop.
I will never give up on fighting.
The people
for
of Canada
everyone who stood
deserve
with us
that
today,
we continue
and
to
the
fight
millions
for
of
them.
people who voted for other parties. And so, my message tonight for the single mother working 2 jobs but still has an empty fridge and an empty bank account, for the young people who despair at never being able to afford a home, for the seniors on fixed incomes whose savings are eroded by inflation and no longer feel safe in their local neighborhood parks, for those who are now living in fear and
Here
terror
comes
because of crime, for those
fear-mongering.
worried about losing their jobs because of unacceptable tariffs from the United States of America, for all of those who feel left behind and forgotten, my message is one of hope. Change will take time,
That's
but
a
we will fight for that change, and we will deliver that change. And we will never give up on fighting for the great Canadian promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street protected by our brave troops under our proud flag. Canada first, Canada always. Let's bring it home. Thank you very much, Canada. Merci beaucoup, Canada.
Not sure why he said bring it home there. Yeah, I haven't brought shit home. I don't know what my guy's talking about. Well, that it's sad to see Poilievre go like that. But I don't know that yeah. Just even asked the important question there. What happens when he doesn't win his seat? Is he gonna fall on his sword? I think he should stay on, just because he has brought the Conservatives so far that it makes sense for him to have a second crack at it.
I think what the problem is, and you were asking me before we started, part of the problem is if you look at the Conservative polling, but then you look at who's the best leader, Pierre Poilievre is a net negative.
That is true. Yes.
So like
they does lose them support as the leader.
Yeah, so like the Conservative versus Liberal at the very end, they were only like 4 points apart. But when you went who's the preferred leader, the gap between him and Carney is like 14 points or something like that, or 13 points.
Yeah.
So he's net negative. You can look at it like, yeah, they gained a lot in this election, but did they gain because they actually like the Conservatives, or did they gain because people just generally hated the Liberals?
I think part of that was the fact that Poilievre did fan the flame against the Liberals. He set that up so that people would vote for him because people hated the Trudeau and the Liberals. But I was saying I was one of the people that was really vocal about this online, and I said sometime around November and December or something, I was saying very openly that Poilievre needs to stop putting out his plans at this point, right? Instead of just this concept of fanning the flames against Trudeau.
Yeah.
And by the time he became known as the slogan guy, for a long time. And to be fair, again, I'll bring it back to the Liberals know how to run a successful campaign. You could tell from the way they ran Mark Carney's campaign. Like, I think undercutting Poilievre's campaign ideas in the way that they did was genius. Like the carbon tax being gone. Oh my god, that was a good move, to be honest. It was a proper move from them. Yeah. And to make the policies to converge so much like that, you could hardly sort of find any daylight between them. Apart from, and then to make that election so much about like the resume and the personality was genius from them.
Yeah,
I don't know. Let's catch up on the comments here. No,
not all the ballots are counted. They'll be counting into the night.
Yeah,
this could still be a majority government. It really could. It all depends on, because there are a lot of very close ridings out there. But
yeah, I'm sure the Liberals will hope that if it ends like this, they're still good. They can form a coalition with the NDP and the Greens.
Do you need one? Is it 172 or 172?
It is 172. But I'm pretty sure that if the Liberals can avoid it, they don't want to have to agree with the Bloc.
Oh,
the Bloc are notoriously difficult to deal with.
Please no.
No, like it wouldn't be an effective use of time at all. Okay, Just Eamon says, I'm calling it Dog ran. You're saying if Doug Ford had run, they would have won. Yeah, Doug Ford is a great campaigner. He is deceptively good at that stuff. Like he has this way about him that you don't realize that he's pretty savvy, but he just doesn't look it in the way he kind of carries himself and stuff like that. But he's very good at what he does.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Killer B saying Doug Ford for Liberal leadership. Yeah. Especially with this popularity as being Captain Canada right now. Doug Ford
for conservative leadership, not liberal leadership.
Sorry, my bad. That's how you know I'm getting tired. Let me get Mrs. Wolf to plug me into the IV food because anyways, Doug Ford for conservative leadership would be hilarious. Yeah, it would be. Sorry, I missed your earlier comment, Killer B. You said, to be fair, Carney has a higher approval rating because he is kind of still in his honeymoon phase of leadership. He is, and I think this whole problem with him not knowing when to be transparent is going to turn into a problem. I call it lying, but sometimes I like to soften it and say it's subjective truths. But he has been caught in a few half truths in his short time in politics, and in politics, you either have to be a good liar such that nobody catches you in it, or you try to be transparent. And he's landing in between where he's not the best liar, and he gets caught. That's going to be a problem in the future for him. Ooh, so I guess the liberals here you guys are okay. Audrey Coco, it looks like Kevin already answered your question there. No, all the ballots have not been counted, but it's at this point the fact that you've heard Pierre Poilievre talk already, it's very unlikely that this is going to change.
The only change you can really see at this point, like in BC, there are some close ridings, but the only ones you'll really see is any early ballots, which we've sort of said a couple times, largely always favor Liberal voters. So I don't think the Conservatives are expecting to pick up many more. Like, they may still win Pierre's Carleton riding. We'll see where that goes. He's been pretty consistently 3,000 behind. In Calgary, like, they're starting to those Liberal ones are starting to slowly flip back Conservative as they get to the end. Like, Calgary Confederation have 220 of the 233 polls counted, and the Liberal person is ahead by 800.
Wow.
And they were ahead by like 2,000, so it's getting closer and closer.
Yeah. No, I'm sure if the Liberals can pick up more, they would do well to pick up seats in Calgary there and in Alberta in general. I guess they'll do well to do that. Yeah. How the Conservatives have been hella quiet today. Come on, you guys. Don't worry. So what? We never finished talking about this though. What was the issue that made, like, what was it about Carney that flipped this election? I guess is where we should go with this.
You don't have to. His stance with Trump was very strong, right? He came in and he had a very strong stance against Trump. And I think, he had a little bit, I'm not sure if you remember this, but the first time Obama was running in the US.
Yeah.
And there was a little bit of within the US, it was very, very, very tight.
Yeah.
But outside, everyone looking in was like, how can you guys screw this up? Like, it should so obviously be him.
Yeah.
I think the outside perception was sort of like that as well. The strong stance on Trump certainly helped. He was also, you don't have to like his policies, but he was substantive and he was willing to take questions. I think it was more of a collapse on the Conservatives, that the Conservatives, which blew my mind, is they could not pivot off Trudeau. They could not get off the Trudeau train, even till the very last end. Their commercials were still, he'll be the same as Trudeau. He'll be the same as Trudeau. Like, that was all they had, and they could not figure out how to pivot off it. And it was really disappointing. And then I think once you started to see the difference when they answered questions, and you'd ask, Pierre would only take the 4 questions a day with no follow-ups.
I said that was going to be a problem.
And that was a problem. And
Yeah.
when he gave answers, they weren't substantive at all. He sort of stuck to, they all sounded pre-rehearsed. He stuck to his points. Like, CBC ran one, asked him a question yesterday or 2 days ago, which was, now that you've re-released your costed platform, can you be specific on what woke things you're going to get rid of? Like, what is this economic policy of getting rid of woke?
Yeah.
And like, that requires, if that's going to run on your platform and you want to get the centrists to move, you actually have to sort of explain what that was. And his entire answer was, well, we're going to go up against the lost liberal decade, and we're going to go against their woke criminal justice reform. Like, there was nothing to it. It was just slogan after slogan. So I think the fact he couldn't get off Trudeau, I think the fact that once you actually agree with policies or not, when you start to hear sort of the substantive difference between him and Carney, I don't think Danielle Smith did him any favors.
Oh, no.
Right,
Danielle.
Oh my God. I would have been on the phone so fast being like,
I would have sent a lawyer over, like, cease and desist.
Do not open your mouth about this again until after the election. So
Yeah.
like, the stark difference on how they were viewed with Trump, I just, I think he sort of cratered there. I don't know what else to say. There's so much going against him once Carney came in, and a lot of it was self-inflicted, but damn,
Yeah, no, this has been a spectacular collapse. Like, I can't believe it. Like, that he would even lose his own riding, where this news only emerged like last minute too, right? He was campaigning all around, and he made the final stop in his own riding. Whoa, that is wild.
It's getting closer. I mean, it was a 3,000 vote difference. We're down to 2,300. So
yeah, but then they're running out of. Well, it will be interesting if he does kind of squeak in there. It will be interesting in Parliament. If he doesn't, then less interesting. Carney would be hoping he doesn't. To be fair.
Well, yeah, I think he's going to be in there anyways. Someone will have to give up their seat at least unless the Conservatives decide they don't want him as a leader anymore. But
yeah, has that happened before though, where a person gives up their seat? Because that's not is that even allowed? I don't know.
It's very frequent, actually. Yeah.
Oh,
leader,
where a person who has been elected gives up their seat
for the
that would be.
Yeah.
If someone has an example for me, maybe put that in the chat there. And if you remember an example,
it actually happened all the way to, it was like in the 1950s or earlier. Anyway,
bro, you just said it happens frequently, and the one example you're giving me is in the 50s. I wasn't here.
No. I'm going back to actually the Conservatives actually won the election, but the party of their leader was in Alberta and he lost his seat.
Yeah. Okay, let's go in here. It looks like the Carney people are about to speak.
Yeah. And he still was given the prime minister, even though he lost his seat.
Your Liberal candidates.
That's wild.
And thank you for choosing my husband's vision of a
Isa says R.I.P.
Poilievre, and above all, a strong
Killer B says Danielle Smith is my favorite Liberal campaigner. I bet.
Over the past few weeks, Mark and I have had the enormous privilege of meeting so many people across this great country. Everywhere we've visited, we've been energized by the passion, the commitment, and the kindness and belief that we have encountered. Not to mention the beauty and diversity of this amazing country. As we've traced a path from winter into spring, Through all this, I've
Oh,
watched my
oh, that's a
husband
British
listen and
accent. I'm
learn.
pretty sure.
I've watched him inspire confidence and take on new skills. But most of all, I've seen him remain true to what he's always been.
That's a very British
compassionate,
accent.
loyal, and driven by an exceptionally strong set of values. He's thoughtful, respectful, and honest. And I think and hope that you now have come to appreciate that alongside his capacity for dealing with the most serious of matters, he has a great mind for trivia, a wicked sense of humor, and a wonderful smile. He's been that way since our very first date, back when we were young grad students, when we went to that dinner, and he said to me, he stopped the conversation and he said to me, I want you to know I'm committed to move back to Canada and to work in the public service. So here we are. As his partner, I could not be more proud of him. And as a Canadian, I'm so thankful that the man I met more than 30 years ago has held tight to that strong commitment to service. I'm lucky to have him. We're lucky to have him now more than ever. Without further ado, it's my great pleasure to introduce my husband, the Prime Minister who will make Canada strong. And Canada
Come on, CBC, behave, man. Not today. I bet Audrey's not feeling so nice right now. I know she said she was feeling horrible about this earlier. I was buzzing. Canada first.
That is Nepean. That is the spirit of Nepean behind me right there. Bonsoir tout le monde.
Good evening,
Bonsoir.
everyone.
Oh, quel bonsoir. C'est un bon bonsoir.
What an evening.
I have a question.
BB is back. BB is back stirring up shit again.
Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? And who's ready? Who's ready to build Canada strong? Okay, we got that settled. That's good. Avant de commencer, je voudrais féliciter
Before I
les autres
begin,
chefs de parti
I would like to congratulate the other party leaders on their campaign and all the work that they did. I want to thank them for their service to Canada now and in future.
I want to thank the leaders of the other parties. I want to salute the contribution of Jagmeet Singh. I noticed his remarks. Leading on progressive values. Elizabeth May, who will be returning. Francois Blanchet.
That's suddenly up with CBC.
And I want to congratulate Pierre Poilievre on a hard-fought, fair, good campaign, his commitment to the country that we both love. They all have many, many more contributions to our land. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Diana, for your work on this campaign. Thank you, Diana, for the commitment and compassion you bring to everything that you do. Tonight simply would not have been possible without you and without the support of our 4 children who inspire me to service every single day. I also want to salute the women and men who put their name on the ballot from all parties. Thank you for standing up
buzzing
to serve
over
our
here.
country at this critical time.
He
And for
definitely
those who
cracked
were
the bottle of wine.
Particularly those liberals who were elected. I am looking forward to working together to deliver.
Yeah, it feels abnormal to me. The fact that they're all thanking each other, they're all accepting the election. It's so wild. It's so refreshing.
Just wait. Yeah, open up Threads or Twitter tonight, and it'll be a totally different story.
Fantastic. He will be a great MP. We're gonna have fun tonight. Yes, we're gonna have fun. Bien sûr. Je tiens à remercier
Of course,
les milliers de
I want to
bénévoles
thank the
ici ce
thousands of
soir et à
volunteers
travers le pays
who are
qui
here
ont
tonight
donné de
and
leur
across
temps
the country
pour
that gave
cogner
their
aux portes,
time
pour faire des appels,
so that
pour échanger avec leurs
we could
voisins
talk
et les
to
membres
Canadians,
de
who
leur
spoke to
communauté.
Canadians, who spoke to their neighbors, who made the calls,
Un gouvernement fort.
the people who worked so hard so that we could have Canada strong.
You know, I chose to enter politics because I felt we needed big changes in this country. But big changes guided by strong Canadian values. Values that I learned at the dinner table from my parents, Bob and Verley, and from my siblings. I appreciate this more in retrospect from my siblings. My siblings, Brenda, Sean, and Brian. Values that I learned on the ice from my coaches. Values that have been reinforced as I've met with Canadians across this great country. And those include three values that I want to highlight this evening. Humility.
Wait, Killer B.
Canada after all. Ambition. It's Canada after all. And unity. It's Canada. I love you. Right back. Right back. These are good values. These are Canadian values. Values that I will do my best. I'm just getting worked up here. These are values that I will do my best to uphold every day as your Prime Minister. You betcha.
People are so hyped up in there.
Okay, well, you have to judge after this next section because I am going to begin with the value of humility. And by admitting that I have much to be humble about. It's true. Over my long, that's not an applause line, it's just a statement of fact. Over my long career, I have made many mistakes, and I will make more. But I commit to admitting them openly, to correcting them quickly, and always learning from them. You know, humility underscores the importance of governing as a team in cabinet and in caucus.
Don't be like that now.
And working constructively.
They already
with all
admitted the
parties
loss. Why
across
are you
Parliament.
still niddling them?
Of working in partnership with the provinces and the territories and with Indigenous peoples. And at this time, it underscores the value of bringing together labor, business, civil society to advance the nation-building investments we need to transform our economy. Humility is also about recognizing that one of the responsibilities of government is to prepare for the worst, not hope for the best. As I've been warning for months, America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never ever happen. But we also must recognize the reality that our world has fundamentally changed. There is also, for me, as I stand before you this evening, humility in recognizing that, well, many have chosen to place your trust in me, trust in the Liberal Party. Millions of our fellow citizens preferred a different outcome. And my message to every Canadian is this: no matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada.
You know what? That's a lovely message, man. Like, so refreshing when you compare it to like Trump on his,
during
this is yesterday
during this short
message.
campaign, I went to Saskatchewan and Alberta a couple of times, even though, you know, we're liberals. It's tough. It's tough out there. I grew up there. But I went because I intend to govern for all Canadians. And au cours de cette campagne, plusieurs Québécois et Québécoises
Throughout this campaign,
ouvert leurs portes, m'ont
Quebecers
accordé
opened
leur
their doors
confiance.
to me and gave me
J'en
their
suis
confidence.
profondément touché,
And
et je
I
vous
have been
en
deeply
remercie.
touched by that. And I
La
want to
langue
thank you.
française. La langue française,
The French
la culture
language,
québécoise, elles
Quebec
sont
culture
au cœur de l'identité
are
canadienne.
at the very center of Canadian identity.
Elles définissent
They
le pays
define
que
this
j'aime
country,
tant.
the country that
Et
I
je
love so
vais
much.
les défendre sans
And
relâche.
I will defend them tirelessly.
I did tell you that there would be a lot of crying over there.
Avec la forte équipe de
People,
députés québécois.
With
my producer,
my team of
aka my
Quebec
wife,
members of parliament
she
that you have
she was
just
telling me not to
sent
shit
to
on
Ottawa,
channel, so
we will
I didn't want to
ensure
mention
that
any
Quebec
names,
will
but since you
continue
brought
to
it up, BB,
prosper within
BB
a
says
strong
over on the
Canada.
northern perspective, they're calling the Carney speech disgusting and talking about the Alberta separation
And
rally on May
whether
9th.
you're
That's why I keep ripping
a
on
worker
MAGA. Yeah, it
in
does.
Fort Mac
There will be
or
people,
an accountant
and I
from
don't want to talk
Toronto
too much
or
over
a
the Prime
worker
Minister here, but
from
there will be people
Quebec.
that are pushing
Government will work
for
for
the
all of you.
polarization.
As we come
I mean,
here
you haven't seen
after
the
this
the election was rigged
consequential,
people
most
just yet, but you
consequential
will.
election,
You will.
let's put an end.
Yeah.
Let's put an end to the division and anger of the past. We are all Canadian, and my government will work for and with everyone. I began with humility, but Canadians are ambitious. And now, more than ever, it is a time for ambition. It is a time to be bold, to meet this crisis with overwhelming positive force of a united Canada. Because we are going to build, baby, build. Exactly. Throughout, not for well, no, we're building now. We've gotten over that bit.
It's got such a nice sense of humor. I love it, actually.
Throughout our history, there have been turning points when the world's fortunes were in the balance. That was the case at the start of the Second World War, just as it was at the end of the Cold War. And each time, Canada chose to step up, to assert ourselves as a free, sovereign, and ambitious nation, to lead the path of democracy and freedom, and, because we are Canadian, to do so with compassion and generosity. We are once again at one of those hinge moments of history. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade, anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over. These are tragedies, but it's also our new reality. We are over the shock of the American betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons.
But you're going to take it forward.
We have to look out for ourselves. And above all,
awkward one it's in the background.
I know, right?
I'm keeping an eye on Pierre's writing still.
Oh, how's he doing over
when
there?
I sit down with President Trump,
they're through 219 out of 266 goals, and he's still down by 2,100 votes.
Nations.
Oh, that's not looking good.
He's gaining though. It's going to be close. Like it might be a recount.
Full knowledge that
Yeah,
we have
yeah.
many
cool,
other options.
The recounts go when it's under 100 between them, right?
For all Canadians. Nous allons Nous allons renforcer nos relations avec des
We
partenaires
will
fiables
strengthen our
en Europe,
relations with
en Asie
reliable
yeah.
et
partners
ailleurs.
in Europe,
Yeah,
Asia, and elsewhere.
I mean,
And if the United States
I don't want to
no
talk too much
longer wants
over
to be
the
in the
audio
forefront
here.
of the global economy,
Don't worry,
Canada will.
we'll talk after the Prime Minister is done here.
We are masters in our own home. We will build millions of housing units. We will become an energy superpower. We will provide good careers in skilled trades and one economy, not 13.
Because this is Canada and we decide what happens here. We will need to think big and act bigger. Your phone's ringing. Sorry, okay. All right. Just hang on. It's okay. Yeah. That might be important. I don't know. We will need to do things previously thought impossible at speeds we haven't seen in generations. It's time to build twice as many homes every year with an entirely new housing industry using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, Canadian lumber.
Come on, Audrey. Don't be sad. Don't be sad. Don't be sad.
It's time to build new trade and energy corridors,
I mean,
working in partnership with the
it could be
provinces,
worse.
territories, and indigenous.
Carney could have won the majority. That would have sucked. Even worse.
It's time to build hundreds of thousands of not just good jobs, but good careers in the skilled trades. It's time to build Canada into an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy. And it's time to build an industrial strategy that makes Canada more competitive while fighting climate change. We will build one Canadian economy, not 13, with a government committed to free trade in Canada by Canada Day. The point is that we can give ourselves far more than the Americans can ever take away. But even given that, I want to be clear. The coming days and months will be challenging, and they will call for some sacrifices. But we will share those sacrifices by supporting our workers and our businesses. Les défis devant nous sont intimidants.
The challenges ahead will be difficult, but that is clear. Major changes such as the ones we're seeing are always concerning. We have a long way to go, but I'm confident. I'm confident. I trust you, and I have confidence in all of Canada.
Because Canada is more than a nation. We are and we always will be a confederation, a sacred set of ideas and ideals built on practical foundations. That we know we're not always perfect, but we always strive to be good.
Oh, but he is.
We do things because they're right, not because they're easy. That we see kindness as a virtue, not as a weakness. Most importantly, we know that our strength lies in our resolve to work together as a country. It relies on our unity. You know, on the second day of this campaign, I went to Gander, where on 9/11, they welcomed thousands of passengers into their homes without question or hesitation. I sat down with two of the many heroes of the time, Diane Davis and Beulah Cooper. And during our conversation, they showed me a thank you card that they'd received from a young girl called Ellie, who wrote, "Your kindness motivates me to use."
Look, I don't really like these long speeches, man. You already won. I don't know why he needs to talk so much, but there are some important things for us to talk about before we round up tonight. And once his speech is done, I don't want to keep you guys any longer here. We've been going almost 4 hours 30 minutes here, so it's been a long stream like that. But I want to go back to what BB says here. BB said, Over on Northern Perspective, which is a conservative leaning channel, as many of you might know, they're calling Carney's speech disgusting and talking about Alberta separation rally on May 9th. I feel like there will be quite a few people calling for that now, especially all these people that because a lot of those channels, I was telling you guys that this isn't new. BB, you'll have seen this, or any other person that tunes into the channel regularly, you'll have seen this. I said this before. They were setting up and as you say later in your chat here, you're saying the Northern Perspective, their chat is full of the election was rigged kind of thing. And you could tell that they were setting up for that, really, right? You could tell they were setting up for that, because even after the debates, when it was clear that Poilievre hadn't done enough in the debates, they were talking about the exact moments that Carney lost the election. And I was looking at it at the time. I was like, this is gonna happen. So I have no doubt that there are many conservatives who are angry today, and people and someone like Audrey. I mean, I fully understand that you're disappointed. You wanted to see something different, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I feel like there are, as we say, there are radical parts of the Conservative Party that unfortunately will be pushing against, will be pushing for Western secession or something. Sorry, you want to say something, Kevin?
No, I agree with you. I don't have much to say about it. They're going to need a 60% vote, and then there's a long road ahead to get there. But yeah, I imagine the calls will be loud tonight. They'll be upset. I just opened Threads even, and it's going bananas with people calling it rigged, and
yeah,
Canada's now going to be the 51st state, and we're going to secede, and Canada's now China, and all that type of stuff. So
yeah, no, that does not surprise me, and I said at the time, I do not want to, and that's something I do not want to see. I think it grossly undercut our democracy in this country, and it's going to be. I would have preferred if to be fair, I would have preferred if Mark Carney had won the majority. I think that would have been better, because now he has to seek a consensus, which would just end up slowing things down for what we need to do in this country. But I mean, the fact that he can form a good enough coalition as it stands right now. It looks like he's able to form a coalition enough to, well, maybe not actually, because they need to appoint a speaker and they need 172 votes without the speaker.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Maybe because, like we said, the conservative and liberal policies are close enough that maybe there's a middle ground that they can actually get something done.
Yeah, but they're the official opposition, right? They will try and be opponents of everything. And that's the way these official oppositions tend to act sometimes, which is not very helpful to anybody.
No, that's why we're probably so. Essentially, what they're going to have to do, the Liberals are going to have to make a really good case that their policy is very good. They're going to have to do really well-structured policies in place. And then if no one's voting with them, we're going to have to go back to the polls, and the discussion from the Liberals is going to have to be, look, guys, we put all this good stuff in front of you. The Conservatives are just being obtuse and intentionally standing in the way. If you actually want something to get done, you're going to have to give us a bigger mandate.
Yeah.
And so that might be the unfortunate side of it.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to get through the comments and I'm going to hand it off for tonight.
Yeah.
I really thank you guys for hanging around with me. Gary K, who hasn't been in the comment section at all today, says the Liberals and Bloc will join forces. The Bloc are not the easiest people to deal with, though. I will say that.
I think the Liberals will know joining with the Bloc is suicide long term.
It is, yeah. Anyways, You guys in the chat, I want you guys to join me and thank Kevin. Yeah, I told we only agreed he was gonna come on the stream for like 30 minutes, and I only told him yesterday. So the fact that he has hung in here for 4 hours with us, and he's not a professional YouTuber by any chance, but your stamina is unrivaled. You know.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah. And I don't know. Do you still pull weights like you used to?
I do. My life is essentially work, going to the gym, and hanging out with my dogs. So maybe not quite as much as I get older, but still in there pretty good.
Yeah, no. You guys have not seen his social media, but he's the man's deadlift is a thing of beauty.
It used to be. I'm not so sure anymore, but I appreciate it.
BB is asking if you can actually play the piano.
I wish. If there are a few things I wish I could go back as a kid and do. I wish I'd learned how to play the piano.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Just you guys join me and thank Kevin for coming on the show. If you guys have lots of questions for him or you want to hear about what he actually does for work, I know he's talked a lot of politics, but trust me, there's much more where that came from. There's a lot of experience that he can draw on and talk about cancer research and some of the products he's working on. So I can always bring him on if you guys request. But I want to thank you guys for tuning in tonight. My conservative friends, take heart. It's not the end of the world. We're gonna come together. We're gonna grow as a country, and hopefully, BB says Kevin doesn't deadlift. He PP career lifts. What do you mean? What do you mean? Anyways, thank you guys for watching. I'll see you next time. Take care. Everybody have a good night.